All right, good morning, everyone. We are live from Shrigley Hall in Cheshire with today's coverage of the 2025 Tour Winners Invitational. I'm delighted to have with me Julian Fetterlein and Chris Bray, who will be talking us through the matches. We're going to kick off in a few minutes. We've got Ian Davidson and Peter Bennett in the Masters for round one. 13 pointers. The format for our 16 players is that they've got to win 2 out of 3 today to qualify for the main knockout tomorrow, and everyone else will end up in the consolation. The same is true for the intermediates. We will have intermediate matches coming up later, but for now I will hand you over to Chris and Jules.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm commentating from the depths of my study in London. I don't know where you are, Julian.
I'm in Cheltenham in Gloucestershire.
Right. Okay. That looks like a Jeffrey Parker board from here.
Right. Do you have an option to make our display full screen?
Well, it's bigger, certainly.
No, it might be something I can do at my end.
It's a sort of fisheye camera at the moment, so it's slightly distorted. I think it's certainly manageable. It's just easier if it's in sort of.
Yes, so I set mine to full screen. So it's 2 minutes a point and 12 seconds delay, I'm guessing.
Excellent. We have Ian playing the black checkers and Peter playing the white checkers.
Yeah, so Peter Bennett, we've both known for many years, but Julius reminded me that Ian Davidson won the UK Open, not in 2024, but 2023.
Right.
So I think he was a surprise winner, shall we say? But obviously he plays pretty well if he managed to get through all the opponents there.
Yeah. They've got plenty of time on the clock. I mean, 2 minutes a point is quite generous in the modern era, I think. Presumably 12 seconds a move. So. Yes,
no, it's what I would pick as the best time limit, but I mean they've got to get through 3 matches today, so I think there's going to be plenty of time.
As Jules said, I've known Peter for many years. He's very solid. Here they go.
Okay, so Peter's got the opening roll 2-1, so he's slotted. 3-5 hasn't hit, but makes the 3-point. So 6-2, Peter covers, and no other 2 but come down from the midpoint.
Pretty forced, yeah. Double 1, yeah.
Double 1, yes. So making the 5 is clear.
And making the bar
7 is also right, yeah. So Peter's got a bit of a race lead, but he's in more danger of being primed. So I think he's going to want to look for some sort of splitting play here. Well, there's only 8 in the zone, so he's not in much danger of being attacked.
Yeah, I think the 3 is clear. The 5, this is how I would play the 5. As Jules said, 8 in the zone, the attack zone is not threatening.
So 8 is not perfect. So that's a 6-2. So he wanted a 9 to hit on the 4-point or a 10 to hit outside, but 8 is just a little short of both of them.
I think it's 6-1 actually, Jules. Right. So double 2, lovely roll. 2 of them are obvious. Now think about the other 2. So, looks like 8-6 with one of them. Do you play 11-9 or 8-6 twice?
Yes, I was thinking maybe 8 to 4.
Yeah.
The problem here is if you get hit with a 7 or 8, it duplicates the 4 you need to hit back to make your own 4 point.
First interesting decision of the day here, I think, with this 3-2.
I think you've got to hit with the 3, haven't you? And then probably bring the 2 down.
And of course, we don't have a pip count, so Jules and I will have to get our brains going and do that for you. Yeah.
Double 2 again, so that's perfect. That hits. Yeah. And then 2 more.
I don't think you wash. I think you probably just play 9 to 5.
Yes, no, that's a good play. So I was thinking of coming down from the midpoint and play 13-11 twice, but yeah, not much wrong with this either.
1.
Double 3, so that's the best, I think. So he comes in and points on the 4 point and tries to find a convenient 4th one.
Well, you've got 2 choices, and it looks like, to me, 13 to 10.
Yes, no, I agree with you that you don't want to leave any indirects that can turn the game round now.
Having watched the whole of the UBC finals twice, and Justin Knoll constantly going on about not leaving shots, I've amended my play slightly. So here, this is now prime against prime, and black has a slightly better prime. Could have thought about 6 to 2 there, if only because black is well placed, but this is okay.
Yeah, so black could have get a roll to make the bar point, or he could have got a roll to make an anchor, but he's not going to do both. So making the anchor, stopping the prime in its tracks is the right idea, and then threatening to make the bar next time. So Peter needs something to get back in this game. 5-3 is not perfect, but he can point on head to keep Ian busy for a while.
2. Okay. Now 6 is going to be obvious. I don't think you want to pop out here.
No, so I think black's still winning the priming battle, so he needs to keep it in a priming game rather than open up an attack for white.
4-1, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Now that's very awkward because it's going to leave black with some shots.
Yeah, so I don't think there's an alternative to that. I mean, he could have split and played 5 to 1, but that's very bad for the long term. So here, there's all the ones hit and 4-6 and 5-6, so
yeah,
15
so
shots.
15 numbers plus 6-2 makes a 2 point. Yes.
Yeah, so I would at least a double there.
I would have paused for thought. That's
yes, I mean the crucial question is how well are you doing if you don't get one of those numbers?
Yeah.
And this 5-3 is pretty neutral. It doesn't do anything special. So probably 2 off the midpoint would be my play.
Yeah.
But I mean, we want to get the guy on the 23 out, so maybe we bring him out. Yeah.
I like this play.
Yes. No. So that's a better play for sure.
Now white needs to perform. Peter needs to perform here.
1-6 is certainly performing.
Yeah. And suddenly the boot is
on the other foot.
Yeah. Depending on this roll. Now he's got 3s, 7s. What I'm going to do is try and I've got my iPad with XQ Mobile on here, so forget contentious positions. I will quickly put it in.
Yeah, so Peter's doubling. So
yeah,
all the 3s, 2-1, and another 4-7, so 17 shots. And black is stuck on the bar. So 6-3 or double 3 makes the 2 point. So it's a difficult take for black for sure. And
I think he will take. I mean, you've got the what's known as the butterfly anchor, the 3 point.
Yes, and the 4 point board for black is very strong. So it's, you know, if you get lucky and you hit a shot, you pretty much won the game immediately.
Yeah.
Well, he saw it differently, so he's given it up. But first point of a long match, it doesn't really matter too much. It's not as though there's vast quantities of equity at stake.
No.
So 6-4.
Yeah.
I think the opening roll where there's most choices. So 6-5 hits, and then you can hit again on the 1 point because you've now got 10 in the zone and you'd like to make the bar point. So Peter's got a flexible position. He can do priming or blitzing for the moment.
In and make the bar, I think. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, so you
Sorry, I was,
cover and make the bar was a good play. This is, I think, a bit too committal. So it's the best blitzing play, but it only works for blitzing, should we say? I think your suggestion was better of making the bar and the 1 point and keeping the threats open.
this is quite interesting. It's a very early blitz position.
Yeah, so the crucial thing is you've got 9 in the zone, which is kind of out the middle as far as
Yeah.
Mitchie says. Yeah, so I think it's a good take. Now White's made the 1 point. It's blitzing is his only game plan. So build or split?
Where are we? 4-3. Yeah.
I think I would have done the building, but not much in it, I'd suggest.
Right. So XG says that was a blunder to take. Interesting. Let's see what happens. So far, that statement is being justified. Ian desperately needs a 5. And it still hasn't got it. So the blitz will continue. There's some duplication of 4s here.
Or 6. So yes,
Yeah.
the third one, I think,
Yeah.
is clear. And then bring that round to attack.
Yeah.
But again, a 4 will save black for a very long time.
Yes.
And similarly, 5s will delay. Well, 3-6 is a disaster.
Not a good choice.
3-6. 6-1 rather.
Yeah. So now black's in horrendous problems and needs double 5. But at least the 2 gives him hope. So Peter will hit with any 6. And he will wash with small doubles. So here he should play 4-2 twice. And then think about the other 2. And then what? You have to hit.
2-1 seemingly.
Absolutely have to hit here. You cannot allow your opponent to anchor.
Now, is it double 2 or 2-1?
Double 2. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, no. It's very hard. There's glare on the dice. Sorry. Probably 2-1.
Yeah, so that's a 2-1 he played.
Yeah.
That leaves double 5 to hit, but I don't think that's critical.
No, any 5 or 6 will hit.
No, you're right. The White's first priority is to hit the blot on the 2 point.
5 is clear. And the 3, I think with 3 on the bar, you can afford the grand gesture of 13-10.
Yes, no, so I mean, this is one of these positions where the computer is keen on getting the last back checker moving earlier than us humans. But whether this is the right time or not is a different question.
But I mean, that checker has an easy escape barring double 5, so I would certainly have just play 13-10 there. Mind you, here's double 5, just to prove my point. 1, 2.
Yeah, well, if there's only one bad number, then it probably proves it in your favor to say that you needn't. There's many other combinations that you're going to want to play the other way.
Okay.
You've got 1 in.
Again, it will reach a point where you don't need to slot. Interestingly,
A 3-5. You can't cover, so I think you have to hit.
Yep. Play 13-8.
Yep.
Known as a double tiger for those watching who haven't come across the term before.
Yes, I mean this game is showing really what happens in a blitz. That Black's first move was to split and expose 2 checkers, and he hasn't been able to move again.
Yeah. 8-3 is the wrong idea, I think. Let me just bring this down, keep it to 8 pointers security. Yeah, I think this is the right one. And this is looking like Gammon City, as we call it. Is that 4-1? I think of choice of points here. I'd probably play 6-5, 8-4.
Yeah, so you could cover and you could pick up the
Uh,
ball. But
yeah, you
that-
can, so now white is so close to winning a gammon that it may not need the 5 point, and you can lift the block with 5-4. He's only got 4 checkers to get the pony. Black's got 3 checkers to come in. So as it stands, he really doesn't need the
yeah,
5.
it's nice. You got the builder on the 11, so it's kind of you think, well, okay, I can still win the fight for the 5 point. So this is the wrong idea, I think. If Paul McGreal wrote an article in the New York Times back in the 1970s when he said that in the later stages of the game, the value of the points in your home board becomes reversed.
Yeah.
So the idea is, if your opponent's going to anchor on the 2 point, you've got to do a lot of work to get past it. But if he anchors on the 5, you can slip past before he's brought everyone in.
So, I mean, white will nearly certainly win the game, nearly certainly win the gammon, but it's important to understand the technique of what they're trying to do here. So I suspect this is a small misplay.
Yes, I thought the right play was 5-2 with the 3, and then open up for the 5 point, but make sure you've got the 2 point.
Yeah. No, now the close out, and now all we've got to do is bring them in and bear off safely.
Yes, I'm not sure what you think, Chris, but some of the commentary I've been hearing online, people seem to concentrate on potentially winning backgammons when you close 3 out, but I tend to think it's a negligible chance.
I think it's only 3% with 3 on the bar from memory. It's quite low. 4 on the bar, you can begin to get interested. Let's have a look.
So Peter's just trying to bear off safely now for the moment. So if he can avoid being hit, he'll win the gammon almost certainly.
Yeah.
So that looks like a double 2. So he's clearing the back point and then stripping the next point afterwards. So that's going to be the play that will get hit least and win the game most. There's a hyper aggressive play of taking 2 off and then playing 3-1, but that leaves a very stripped position. So I think that's possibly a bit too aggressive.
Yeah. The 3 checkers on the bar, the backgammon percentage is 5%. I just looked it up. If you're lucky, fine, but don't focus on it.
Well, he's made the bold play. He's gone for it.
And it's going well so far. 10 checkers left. 1 checker in. So Peter needs 1 big double to scare Ian here, basically. That will cost him a roll. So that's not great.
So there is some potential shots here.
Yeah, 16 numbers leave a shot.
Yes, 16 less 4, so 12.
Sorry, that's 4. Entirely correct. Sorry.
So yes, I came up with a clever formula. It's the number of bad numbers squared minus the number itself.
Right.
So it's if you've got 4 bad numbers, then it's 4 squared is 16 minus 4. Right, but
so
looks like it's just simply a gammon.
Yeah.
So that'll put Peter 5-0 up.
Yeah.
Which is
a very good early lead. Yeah.
So I know Rick Janowski did a formula, and it turned out in 11-point matches, each point lead was worth 5% extra winning chances. So it's going to be a little less if you're playing to 13, but it's pretty much that Peter's close to 75-25 favourite.
And I always use Rick's formula for match winning chances.
Yes. No. So I'm in the same class as you. There's nothing wrong with Neil's numbers. I think it's really just how your mind works. If you're happier to remember things rather than work them out, then Neil's numbers are the way to go.
Yeah.
Right, so after the split, he got pointed on, but then he came in with a 3-2 and got an advanced anchor. So Peter's rolled a 2-1, so he swapped the 7 for the 5, which is a good idea. 2-1 makes the bar.
Double five.
Yep, so he's not liking this. So Mitchie wrote a very nice phrase. He said, you counter an advanced anchor with an advanced anchor. I think Peter wanted to move his back checkers, but double 5 is one of the numbers that won't let him do it.
Now this is 6-4 is clear, and I think we play 13-11-2 because those two act on the 5 point, and White has gone beyond himself basically.
Yeah.
So he's now going to have to take a risk playing 24-20, and now you stop and think.
Yes, so trailing a lot in the score is good indication you should be doubling, but White's got a very strong board, so I think Peter's right to take.
Yeah.
Crucial roll 5-1.
The hit. You can't play this safely, and you can only win this game with the checkers because he's huge. So I believe this is correct.
1-3-1 doesn't hit, so he's got to creep up as much as he can.
Yeah. Now Ian needs a 6 or a 1 to complete a 5.5. There's the 6. Now think about the 5.
Yes, exactly. So you lock up the 5 prime, and then you find which 5 does least damage to your position. Yeah, and that's right, I'm sure, because it's giving a 1 to hit, and Peter wants the 1 to anchor as well.
6-5.
6-5.
Well, that's one of them going home.
Yep, he's got half his problems out the way. So 6-2 and double 4 would hit, but he hasn't got those. So 3-2. I think we want to put the spare on the 5 as he's done, but you.
Oh, that's a little bit fast.
Always in these positions as black, you want to figure out, do I want to extend the prime from the front or the back, and follow a particular plan based on that.
Now he just like a 6. So I don't believe that you split here. Just
no, so the
White
alternative would be to slot, but I don't think that's right either. I think you can outweight Peter, hopefully, that White's very short of things to move. So the plan is that we wait for him to break his prime.
That is a truly ugly roll. Because he can't play 2 checkers off the 8 point.
So there doesn't look as though there's any safe place.
No safe place. So now you decide which is the worst of the evils that you have a choice of. Let's have a look.
So they're all 13 shots, aren't they? I think you can get less than that.
5, and then I think you've got to keep as much of a prime as possible. Yeah.
No, so like you, I liked 8 to 6.
Yeah.
The more big number,
Position looks
lot,
ugly.
better it is.
Probably is ugly. Yeah.
So 2-3 makes the 6 prime for sure.
Double 3. Now you're just trying to save the gammon. Yeah. 1 for luck. Yeah. So this should be a routine win with a certain number of gammons for black.
Yeah, so he's still got to jump the 2 prime. So I think I would split with the 1.
Yeah.
You don't even mind being closed out when you've got your opponent stuck behind a 6 prime.
Yeah.
But you need to get 1 checker over the prime pretty quickly.
Yeah. And now only double 1's all right. Double 2 is the only cracking roll, and White rolls a 5. 4-3. It's
Safe.
Yeah. And black can hand back with 1 checker to pick up the second. Is that 2-1?
2-1, yes.
Hit.
Hit and maybe anchor. I'm not too sure.
2-4.
Yeah, so 2. Well, now there's some breaking numbers.
There's some cracking numbers.
3-1, 3-2, 4-1, 4-2, 4-5 is fine. So that's all his problems gone for a few rolls. And now he can have a hunt for whether there's any gammons about.
Yeah.
I think the technique here is to bring your forward checker as close to home as possible, so you're ready to hit loose or roll the prime forwards.
This is right. White wants to be able to clear his 5-point next time if possible. It just runs away. White doesn't want to roll a big and a small number. That's
3-1. 3 is clear.
probably play 2-1, but it's close. If you hit, you've got the danger of black staying on the bar.
Yes, but at
It's
least you're forcing him to come in with one of his dice. The other problem is if you stay put, then he'll just hit you with a 6. So he's got a second checker now. So he's well on the way to the gammon. So White's down to a 3-point board. So now we've got to think of making a trap play for black somewhere along the line.
Yes, by which we mean giving up 7 points so that White can escape one checker and then be able to attack the second.
Yeah. So I have a rule that when your opponent's left a blot in board, you have to make the trap play now.
If you're going to do it, you do it now.
So you should play 7-3 here, I'm pretty sure about. So the idea is when he rolls the 5 and breaks the anchor, you get a chance to hit the third checker to start off the sequence.
Yeah. So if you've seen it before, it's easy. If you haven't seen it before, you miss the play and you just run the rear checker away. Okay.
Yeah, so he's found what I think is a slightly inferior variant, but he's giving black the opportunity to roll a 6 and destroy his own position.
Cock. No. Double 3, no play. Ah, this is going to be forced. 1, 2.
Yes, exactly. So I think making the 1 point probably.
Absolutely.
And the positive thing is White's forced out with 5s as well as 6s now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Then the free loss comes when White rolls double 6 and the block doesn't get hit, but that doesn't happen very often. Let's see what happens here. 3-2. Well, the block's now being picked up. This is again.
no, it's actually forced, isn't it? So the gammons have largely disappeared now because the problem is when White runs one checker out, the other one might get attacked, but the first one's well on its way home before the closeout happens. 6-1.
I think he's ruled now.
I think you hit here. I think it's very difficult to lose.
Race close, you know. And this way you get a chance to pick up the second checker if White rolls a 2, which he doesn't.
So that looks very good. Let's close the board. Then we got 3 2s left.
Yeah. So you either play off the 6 point or you play really aggressively, which it looks as if Ian is doing. And
yeah, so that looks a good idea to me, that at least you've still got a prime in front of the open point.
And 6. Try not to roll 6-4. 4-3 is ugly, but checker off.
Okay, so if he's got 11 left, he must have 4 off. 2-3 is in.
Yeah. So White's winning chances will be about 1% from here. They just
Double 4 is none off, but perfect otherwise.
So White's got some freak wins here, but it doesn't start with that. It starts with that. So now if Black takes 2 checkers off and White hits, there we go, 6-3. Now if White rolls a 3, the remaining part of this game will be quite interesting. If he doesn't roll a 3, he has rolled a 3.
Right, so
Now think about, oh, it was 4, was it? Right, 3-4, that's fine.
yeah, so I think Black's got 6 off.
Yeah.
So the good news, it's difficult for Black to make a mistake here.
Yes, his PR will be absolutely perfect. Now,
3-2, I think I would just make the point and count myself lucky to get off the gammon.
3-2. The 2 will make it interesting. Everything else will probably mean it's pretty dull. That's the 2. Well, In backgammon, the game is never over until the last checker leaves. 4-3. Okay, now a couple of hits from white here and one fan from black would make it very interesting. 5-5. That has its moments.
Okay, so it's 6 off to 1 by my reckoning at the moment.
Need one decent run, but 5-3. Okay, so it's going to be now double here would put the cat on. Oh, 6-6. Wow.
Okay, so that's 5 off to 6
an
off.
accurate count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So Ian needs one checker off to get back in this.
Right.
Okay, so that's 7 off, so he's got 8 left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White's got 8 left. It's 8 against 8.
6 he needed, so
Absolutely
he's
needed.
still 1 roll ahead.
But the cube was coming. So this is 6 against 6. 20% chance of winning, 21% chance of winning for white. He needs to roll 1 double. Here we go. 5 ones. We're going to have 1 more chance. Winning chances for white now 16%. 1 in 6. Here we go. Can he roll the double? He can't.
But on the positive side, he got half of 2 doubles.
Well, yeah. Nice thinking. Nice thinking. Now we've reached a point where it's what, 5-2?
Yes.
And Ian has only used 2 minutes on the clock. I'm very keen on players taking their time. You've been given 2 minutes a point. And backgammon is a much more complex game than most people think. If you can eliminate small errors by using a little more time to think things through, you'll become a much better player.
No, it's a very good point. That I remember a few years back, I played Tim Cross quite a few BMAP matches, and he played very well and very fast.
Yeah.
But in the last BMAP, when I think he got to the last 4, he played considerably slower. And I think it's very difficult to improve on your PR when you're under 4 to start with, but I think he still managed it.
Right.
So an early exchange of hits.
Yeah. The game is undefined at this point. When the hitting stops, now you can make the anchor, or you can come in on the 4 and think about the 3. So if you make the 3, it's probably you keep hitting. You're behind, so why give black the chance to make a point?
Yes, I mean, one of the rules I have is, does your opponent have a good 6 from the bar? So he can't use a 6 to enter. So it's kind of like if he rolls 1-6 or 2-6, then you'll discover he can't actually do anything, and that you've taken control for 1 roll.
1-6. Speaking of which, can't hit anything. Can slot the 5 point, which duplicates 4s.
Yeah, so this is the safest play. This is clearly duping 2s, but it is 2s, 3s, and 4s, isn't it? Is this 3-1?
3-1 can make the 3 point or the opponent's 4 point.
Or the 5 point?
Or the 5 point.
I would probably make the 5 point here, even though it gives up the 8. But there's a lot of unstacking in the play.
Yeah. Right, so here we go. Yeah. More mess. So you can hit. Sorry, you can make.
Yeah, so you could play 2 off the 6 point, or as you say, you can hit at the top of the board. Hitting with the 3 is certainly not wrong by a big amount.
The only problem is the 4 then. So if you play 2 off the 6 point, you get 2 checkers in play.
Yeah, so what I liked about this was it's duplicating the 2 to hit and to cover.
5, 1.
And that looks like it doesn't do anything.
Can't make the 4 point. 1, 2, 3, and 1 down. Yeah. Now Ian would love to roll a 3.
And he's got it.
And this time you must hit from the.
Yes, exactly.
And then think about your 5.
So I think I would probably play 11 to 6 here. That 4 blots is a a little dangerous.
I would agree with you. I also like to keep the black checkers in positions where they can connect.
Yeah, so keeping the spare on the midpoint is another advantage of the play.
Yeah. Round. Two, one.
I think so.
Yeah.
So you hit, and then you play 10 to 9 to take away the
Nice.
6.
Takes away the good 6 from the bar. 4. This is going to be clear, I think. 4. And now you are. Yes, you should probably do this rather than strip the midpoint. Double 4. Right. Rear checkers aren't moving. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Throw one away.
Yeah. Really no other choice there, just because of the structure of the pieces. Now, if you come up with the 1, your 2's ugly. Your 2's ugly, whatever you do.
Yeah, so that looks the right idea to me. That third checker at the back, I think you want to get it into the outfield.
Double 5 again. 1, 6.
Yes.
Now we
Well,
run.
this one's much better. So yes. So Peter's doing an audit. He's checking he's ahead in the race before he goes into it. And I think White's probably well ahead. Just visually.
Must be well ahead. Doing the sums. Yeah.
So Black's hoping to get a hit later on in this game. And what he's got to do is try and prepare a reception committee for when he gets his hit.
Yeah, and then White needs to be thinking about when he will be doubling, but it's a little bit early yet. The 4 points
Yeah,
out.
so that I think is the right play. That you get the extra checker into the game and you start the 5 point, because you, as I was saying, your long-term plan is to build up your board before you get your hit. So 5-3, Peter, I guess, has got an option to the pay now option here. He can clear the back point and just leave a 2-shot. The alternative is the play I think he was looking at. I think making the 3 point is definitely the wrong idea. So Black wants to save his blot and make the 5 point. He can do either.
Okay.
So I think 6-4 is what the experts play here. That they must prefer to slot more points than they feel the danger is not slotting enough points. So that's a double 1. That gets him closer to home.
It's ugly, but a point made. Oh, double 4. Right.
Yeah, so that's
Looks like 13-5 of the others.
well, I'm not quite sure about this play. I had a lesson with one of my students last week, and I said the question you want to ask yourself is, which is the hardest point to clear? And the midpoint, I think, was the hardest point to clear, which he's kept, and instead he's made the point 6 in front of the anchor. So I think maybe clearing the midpoint last time, I think, was maybe the right play. So 13-9 3 times, and then move one of those on. So then you're only left with the 14 point, and Black's going to give up his midpoint and let you play them soon. So now the race is important.
So
Peter doesn't think he's there yet. So 6-4, you've got to play from the midpoint unless you're going to leave a direct. So that's 3-6 and 5-4.
yeah.
3-4 is not good enough.
So I'm assuming that he's doing a running count here. So 13, 33, 49, 57, 72, 83 for white.
109 for black.
Okay, so 26 pip lead, but obviously white has to clear those 2 out of order points. The question is, will black's forward position collapse before white gives him a shot? That's not a good number. And black has only 1 spare 6 left at this point.
The problem for white is the most backward point, the one that's 6 away from the anchor.
And now probably you can play.
If the race is as good as we thought, then making the 1 point, I think, is the right idea. You want to keep as many spares as possible in front of the anchor.
White's worst number is 6-1, or would have been had he come in with the 2. 3-2, slot and cover. Yeah. Right. Double 2 is a fantastic roll.
Yeah, so you can play 8 to 6, can't you? There's still no numbers leave a shot there.
Yeah. Right. So crunch time very shortly for Ian, whilst Peter has some latitude. That's not his best, and he won't want to roll us again.
No, so I think Ian's probably going to have to run 1 checker off the back point, if not 2.
So he goes there. It's
21 to 6 and 16 would be the best play. So I've got 71.66 if he runs, but I'm not sure about that.
agree with the 71. Let's do the other one. 40-50. Yeah.
So it's quite a close race.
It is a close race, and white has some impurities.
Yeah, so the gap on the 4 point is a serious one. If you've got 6 checkers above that, it means you're going to miss on 4s for a long time.
It's another double. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks fair. Right. So a couple of bad numbers from white, and a couple of good numbers from black. Oh, double 3. Right. Okay. It's a very timely double from Peter. Three, 4 off, probably. Yeah. So we've got double 1. We'll just take this off.
Peter's got the edge at the moment, but I don't think it's insurmountable yet. So what have we got?
6-4 is pretty reasonable. 4, and there's the first 4. That's probably correct, I think.
Yes.
Keep a checker on the 5 point.
Exactly.
5 become bad as well.
6-4 again.
Slowly catching up. That's a small number, but useful. 3-2. And again, will Peter's structure come back to haunt him? Again, small numbers, but very useful. And again, black.
I keep feeling black's going to miss sometime in this pair.
Yes. White can afford 1 miss.
Well, there's 2 misses.
There's 2 misses, all right. So if black doesn't miss from here to the end, he'll win the game. Right.
Yes, but I mean, he'll have a good double when he's got 2 checkers left.
Yes,
what I would say.
Yeah.
So you don't want to recube just yet.
What's this? 3-2.
3.
He's a very accurate roller this year, isn't he? Right. 6 and 1. Right. So any 1, 2, or 4, barring the doubles, bad. That's the 2. 1.
Yeah, so Peter's probably about a 3-1 favourite again now.
4 and 2. Right.
So 5's still better.
Setting up the terrible sequence. Right. Okay. 1 bad roll. I've done a few times in my life, but Peter hasn't done it today. So,
Right, so 7-2,
7-2.
the lead is 5 points again. So now it's 5 points in what's the equivalent of an 11-point match. So
And
now it's
yeah, if I was here, I'd take a break here.
75-25 is almost exactly is the winning chances. So Peter still needs 6 points, so it's still quite a way to go.
Should split.
9-2. I think, do you hit here?
Yeah,
I think that's right.
I always hit with all the 5s now, and these variations seems to be right according to XG. Right, 3-2.
Yes, the main reason is you split up the 2 back checkers of white. So white's threatening to roll a 6 to make the bar point, but if you hit him, he needs to roll a 7, so it's much less likely.
Off we go.
6 is a hit, is good.
Yeah, don't advance the rear checker. White will be in the game forever because he's got the bar point anchor. Is this 2-5? 1-5, okay. Let's probably equalise the race a little bit. So 5-3, that's not very attractive.
Black needs an advanced anchor, so 20 and 10 is an imaginative play.
Yes.
Threes everywhere.
Yeah.
This gives threes in 2 places. But
Julian's idea, I think, was better because it triplicated 3s and had a huge upside. Now, do you hit?
Yeah, I'm not too keen on the hit that you give up the bar point forever.
But of course, if your opponent rolls 6-6, it's a brilliant play.
Yes.
Now he's going to remake that. Well, he'll probably make the 15 point and come down with a 2. You could hit twice and put 3 on the bar, but it looks a bit inelegant.
No, I'm really not sure with this play. I think what Peter's looking at seems quite sensible. Just a safe play to consolidate a race lead.
This is the first play that sprang to mind. Coming in on the 1 and coming down with the 5 is very ugly. Can he be bold and play 20 and?
Now that seems stupid, to be honest.
Yeah. Now you're going to end up with both ace points if you're not.
The question you have to ask yourself is how big is your opponent's threat? If you give him his whole roll to play, is he likely to do you any damage?
So this is a situation where he can give up the midpoint and make the 11 point.
Yeah, that appealed to me to start with.
Yeah,
can't
very
see anything better. I mean, it's aiming at the 5 point is the positive bit, isn't it?
2-2.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I'm making the 20 point here, and then wondering what else to do.
Yeah. What are the options? You could make the 11 point, you could make the 4 point, but as your opponent's got 11 checkers in the zone and 3 hovering, making 20 point and keeping what we call the goalkeeper on 24 point sort of freezes most of White's checkers. So that looks...
Yes, so it's making the golden point in front of the 6 point means White can never unstack it to make part of his prime.
I mean, this was the only other play I would have considered, which because it's so far behind, keeps the 3 point.
So is this 6-2? 6-1, I think, is too easy.
6-2. Yeah.
We could remake the midpoint. That's one plan. I mean, there's 2 blots in Black's home board, so it's
not... It can really do whatever he wants, and just needs to optimally place his checkers. Because you're looking at 15 to 9, 15 to 13.
Yeah, so we could make the 9. That's the even bolder play.
I like remaking the mid here. He's winning 7-2. He doesn't want too much excitement in his life.
Yes, no, that's a very good point. That, well, that's a hitter.
It's a
24,
hitter.
16.
Yeah.
So, as you say, what White wants to do is he wants to play simple games. He wants to win or lose 1 or 2 points. He doesn't want positions with lots of gammons.
You've got -3 and 5-3.
Well, I'd be tempted just to slot the 5 here. You
Yeah.
make 20 and slot the 5.
Definitely take the advanced anchor, and then, as Jules says, just swap the 5 point.
Yes, tempt him and to say if you hit, you're going to have 5 blots.
Always remember that backgammon is a representation of war, and getting your soldiers onto the field of battle into useful positions is a very key part of the game. This is, again, pretty ugly, just because the 3 is ugly. Set and play 16-8 without any excitement.
Or you could make the 1. Yeah, so I like this play. It sorts the problem with his blots for once and for all. So it's not the point he wanted to make, but at least he's free to hit somewhere else later.
I think you make the 5 point here. I mean, you could be fancy and make the 4 point. Quite like this. 2, where's the ace? 11-8, 13-10.
I don't think you should leave a shot here. I like the 11-8.
Again, going back to the UBC commentary and the constant advice from both Olsen and Noel just to not leave unnecessary shots. Now, double 1 would normally be great because you could make the 5 point. Now, is he going to switch to the 4 point to freeze White's checkers?
Yeah, or he could switch to the 5. He could play 6-5 twice.
Yeah. And again, it's ugly.
I suppose he could hit loose. That's once you've made the 1 point, it's not
now
primary
you're going
game
backwards.
to work well.
Otherwise, if you're now regressing into a back game, you've already made your own ace point. So, and look, he's kept White on the bar. Now 6 is more useful.
Good.
Black's structure is basically he's got loads of strip points and he's made his ace point. Of course, if he keeps White on the bar for now, we're fully justified in the tactic that he's employed. 6-4, you can't move the check on the 2 point, so you can do this. Yeah, seems logical there. You could end up building a prime. You can make the 9 or the 4 point, and he stayed out again.
Still sticking in.
Luckily, White has no other weaknesses. Here you're probably going to play 13, 9, 11, 5. Don't we see anything else?
Well, I'm wondering if we're going to try and get off our 3 point anchor and improve that at some stage. How many times we have to count on White fanning before we make a move. Well, it was worth waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely. Time for Black to fan. You can pause and look at the cube briefly here.
Yeah, so I think White's got a very good game, but he's still got to unstack his 6 point somehow.
He's also leading 7-2. Now it's cube. That's quite interesting.
So I wouldn't have doubled as White, I don't think. So I think Black's got an easy take. I mean, there's the argument when you're 5 points ahead in a match, you really want to say to your opponent, you have to win 5 games to level the score.
Yeah.
Once you give him a 2 cube easily, and he immediately thinks, well, I can turn that to 4, and suddenly your lead is pretty much gone already.
Yeah. What have we got here? 6-5.
Yes.
That was it, was it?
Yep. He couldn't do anything constructive, so he tried not to do
So
any
you take,
destructive.
then it's got to the back game, but the issue is that it's not a very good back game.
No, so there's not a lot of timing.
No.
6-3, he can clear the 11 safely.
Yeah. Now black Ian will create. Now that's a really ugly roll. And play H2 7-6.
Yes, no, I agree. So he does as well. So yes, if you can't make any points now, at least get ready to make some next time. So with 2 blots in board, I think Peter should clear the midpoint now.
Yeah. 5-1. Time to go. Time. Yeah.
Oh, but he's left 2 blots there.
Mm.
And left one on the 1 point, so that looks a bit radical.
Yes, I don't like. Did that checker have to go to the ace point? Sorry, I looked up. But 5-4. Well, he can have 5 checkers on his 8 point if he wants.
Yeah, so you want to look what numbers are difficult. So you can play 1, 2, 3, 4 is bad, isn't it? But not disastrous. 6 is a killed, and 5's again you play behind. So there doesn't seem to be anything that's shot leaving.
Yeah.
Unless if black breaks the 3 point, does that bring things to a head?
Oh, 1, 2. Oh, that was right. So that was all of it. Okay, so you can play 4s. 5-2 is just make the ace point. Sorry. Now black something's going to have to give, but white structure's pretty unpleasant now.
Yes, usually the way to play against a 2-3 back game is you stack the 4 point. That you want to have lots of 3s to play, but Peter hasn't got to them even making the 4 point yet. So I don't think there's anything leaves a shot for him.
6.
It's a very good roll.
Quite nice for him. 2. Lots of.
I would break the front angle here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any immediate shots, but at least you've still got the 2 point to fall back on.
Another ugly roll. And again, it's just squeezing another checker to the ace point. It's the only safe play. Both players have pretty ugly positions, but black's is improving. I think.
Yes, I thought the question was, do we move off the 22 point? I think we do. That at the moment, I think it's more of a danger, and if you stay there, you'll probably be begging to escape it next turn.
Peter desperately wants something to make a point, and that will do very nicely. Its position has improved considerably with that roll.
Yeah, so it's clarifying now, isn't it, to just a 2 point game?
Yeah.
With pretty poor timing, I'd say. So double 3 is brilliant.
Rid of here's the most difficult point. The block on the empty 4 point may yet cause him problems, but he's improved his position considerably over the last 2 rolls.
Yeah, so as black, I'd be trying to make sure I still had a 6 to cover the 3 point. I don't want to be forced out with a 6 or forced to
go. That's 3-2. I'm just taking a checker off. There's certainly no way you're going to strip the 6 point. Now this is going to be and now black is in danger of crashing next time. Well, that's one way of clearing point. Double 6. Very nice.
So it's actually quite a safe position, this 1-3-5 barrel.
3-2.
So black's got to run 1 checker. Don't think there's anything leaves a shot for the moment.
Yeah. So the gammon threat is absolutely there. No, it isn't. I'll withdraw that remark immediately.
Yes, the dice seem to be listening to you.
Yeah. 3-4.
Either that or Ian was paying attention and decided that he'd try and save the gammon.
Yeah. So there's a couple.
Lucky he did. So the 1-3 would have.
Even 2-1 is good enough.
Yep.
So this is going to be 9-2.
Okay, so that's a 7 point lead.
Yeah.
So
it's a substantial lead.
Yeah, so Peter's 4 away as well, but when you're trailing by so much, you've got to try and make a comeback, irrespective of the risk involved.
Yeah. But he has to change tactic. Again, I would, as Ian, take a break. You know, Peter's outplaying him and he's had the dice as well.
And out-rolling him, yes.
So why not take a break and just calm yourself down, have a think, decide how you're going to play the rest of the match. And, you know, he's now used 4 minutes and 22 seconds out of, no, sorry.
Yeah, for about half of the match.
Yeah. Sorry, a bit more, six minutes.
So this looks like 4-3. So you can either hit or just bring 2 down.
Or you can hit and split.
Yeah, so I like this idea. I think if you're a long way down, you want to work on winning the gammons rather than sort of getting into a holding game where you're not going to lose too much. So 5-2, come in and hit again. And we still have the stronger board.
2-6. Ugly.
I don't think he's got anything yet.
No, but if you roll 6, makes the 4 point.
Yes.
5-2 is going to be a hit. And down.
Yes. So that's a good play with the 5. It looks as though it's doing nothing, but you do want to be able to cover the 4 point without losing the 8.
But Peter will probably roll a 4 here. There it is. 4-6. Hit twice. Yeah, good option. Now Ian needs a 5. He'd love to have an anchor on it, but failing that with 3. 5, Julian arrives. 5 and 4. So White is considerably ahead in the race. This might be the moment to come off the 23 points.
Yes, no, I think that's a very good plan. That it's one of the paradoxes in backgammon that when you move forward with 1 pip from the 24 to the 23, you get yourself primed more.
Yeah.
That you activate the 8 as a blocking point. So probably go on with that one was my thinking. I thought to start with we'd go to the 11, but leave the small numbers that hit off the mid.
It's not 2 and
3-2.
Right.
So he gets an anchor and a hit, which is perfect. It looks like 4-2.
4-2? Yes, it is 4-2.
Yeah,
so
so
not make the anchor or safety the block on the 13 point.
yeah, so I think either are acceptable.
Yeah.
Usually you'd want to make the anchor, but there's so many black checkers back that you're not under any big danger of being attacked for the moment.
And you'd love Black to give up his midpoint to hit, which he's not going, couldn't do anyway. So, and now you've got a classic sort of mutual holding versus back game. Now, what have we got here?
Yeah, so on the positive side for Black, he's got the 20 point and White's on the 21. So Black's got more priming potential. But White's got more stacking potential, clearly.
Yes, they're very good at stacking. Is that 5-5? Yes. Yuck. You can swap this 5 point and do something with the other one. That's exactly what he has done.
Right, I don't like that play because the difficulty is covering it if you don't get hit.
Yeah. And now Black's army is separated again. So he's going to play 13-5, and now the midpoint has gone. Right. 4-4?
I think so.
Yeah. 1, 2. I think it plays itself.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was a little bit faster than White would have liked, but I mean, Black has 10 in the zone, but one of them's very badly placed. 2-1, yeah. Yes, getting the what's called the dilly builder, the spare on the 3 point, and back onto the field of play. Is that 6-2 or 6-1? 6-2, I think.
2, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So black wants to get off one of these anchors and use those checkers to control the outfield, but he hasn't been rolling any numbers that allow him to do it conveniently for a while. So you'll see at the moment both players have got anchors in their opponent's home board, but they're both moving out of the outfield. So it's kind of like there's going to be half the board between the two forces. So the first player that gets into the outfield will be dominating the game.
Well, now I think white is going to give up the anchor. I think 8-6. Oh, where's he go? Oh, you can play 9-1, can't you? So one of my rules actually is you give up the anchor one roll later than you think you should. So yeah, and that's a good decision by me. Right, 2-2. Now you can switch to the bar point anchor. I'm not sure I'd. How do you do it that way?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's an alternative.
No, I think you're right.
Like this, but
now what have we got? 5-1.
Yep.
So again, he's not going off the anchor. He'll just break a 9 point here, I think. Yeah.
So now Ian, I think, would like to break the bar point if he gets a convenient opportunity.
Yeah. So no, that's exactly what you do. Come off the bar point. Yeah. 6-6, 6-5. Oh, that just rolled off 3-3, I think. Just 3-3 for a moment, and then the dice rolled over.
So there's lots of good plans for black here. I think rolling a 4 to make the 2 point is good. Getting the 2 back checkers out is another plan, even though you're a long way behind in the race.
I think I'd play 15-5 here, just to keep the pressure on and not allow white any free ability to maneuver on the other side. This is quite ugly.
Is it 4-1?
4-3. Is it 4-1 or 4? 4-1, I think. They just, if that's the case, you just swap the street.
But you can't move off the anchor, can you? That's too dangerous at the moment. You've left it for too long.
Oh, it's 4-3.
4-3, yeah.
Yeah. So the question is there, and here comes a cube. Interesting.
Yeah. So it's an early double, but he's a long way behind in the score. So he's got to double early, and he's seeing some chances here.
4 is good, and then keep all the checkers in play. Just go for midpoint.
Yep. Try and fade.
9s are good if you're Peter Bennett. That's not a good roll.
That's not fortuitous.
Yeah, very good, Jules. Right. So now white is out of time. This is probably the time to take the 2 checkers off the 20 point. You get a lot of coverage.
Yes, so it's you risk being hit with 9s and 11s, but you've got to control the outfield rather than run out from it.
Yeah.
You know, if you play 13-5, you allow white to go into the outfield.
Yeah. He's actually stopped to think this time, which is good. Precisely what he should be doing.
Yeah, so I suppose you can do nothing. You can play 6-1 and 5-2, but I think that's definitely the wrong idea.
Yeah.
I think moving both off the 20 point takes away the 1s. So this is moving out from the outfield. So I don't think Peter's going to be too upset about running off the anchor. Depends how he does it.
Yeah, so he should have
he's got to go
with both those checkers. Interesting. I just checked it on XG. We had the right play.
2s, 4s, and 2 is the hitter.
So a hit now. It's very clear.
Again, I think you've got to gamble by coming.
Yeah, you don't win backgammon matches without taking risks. So now white is under pressure to perform. 1 or any 4. 4-6 is a very good roll. That's double hitting. Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, it's
sorry.
out and safe.
Right.
No blots.
So a crucial, right.
5-3. Well, he can anchor, which is good.
Yeah.
And then I think you leave the blot in the outfield where it is.
I would agree. And
And
play.
if you come closer, then either white can go past you or hit.
Yeah.
Here he's going to have some bad numbers as well.
Peter would need the 4. 6-2 is not very good. So now look to duplication in terms of where you leave the shots.
Right. So the 6 is forced, and then we're duplicating 4s. So maybe 4-2.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 4s and 10.
Yep. 4s and 10s. Is that 4-5?
Well, if it's 4-5 or
4-5.
5-5, it's going to hit
4-5,
somewhere.
I think.
Yeah, 4-5, it looks like.
Yeah. So now I think you. Hello. He's going for
I would think you hit the one that's closest to home.
4.
So I would be hitting at the top of the board,
Yes.
20-16.
And that will give you. Oh no! I don't like this.
Yeah. So the danger here is with white when he enters, and he can get the other one safe.
Yeah.
4-1. Can't save the blot. So I think you enter with the 4 and play 2-1. Dupe the 4s again.
Yeah. Another hit, which is very useful. Now flood the outfield.
Yeah. So coming down and attacking the
double
4
one.
point might get more gammons, but it's certainly going to get a lot more losses.
And now you hit with anything you can muster.
Yeah, 4s, 1s, 10s, and 12s. Well, 1 is definitely a hit, isn't it?
16-10, 6, 5-4.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Put that checker down, so yes. He should immediately just hit with the 1 and then think about the 6.
Yes, I mean,
worried.
he might well lose more games, but that's not clear. But it's definitely going to win more gammons when it works.
Yeah, if he gets hit back, he's got 2 entry points. Peter's fans and now Black's.
1s, 4s, 6s.
Favorite 6 is good, and then come in 8-6.
Yeah. So once we've made the 4 point, our next objective is to make the 1 point. So we want to get more builders to win the fight for that point.
If Ian closes Peter out, he'll then be 40% to win a gammon. And again, a gammon would do a huge amount of good. It's
Yes,
not
it pretty much halves the deficit, doesn't it?
comes off, yeah.
There's the 1, so
Now
I would be looking to hit next.
Yeah.
Move.
you can hit. You can wash here.
Yeah, so you switch points 4-1 twice and take 1 off.
You need to get 2 back on the bar. This is absolutely the right play. That's a very good roll if you're Peter. Again, not much choice here, just 2 off.
Yeah, so Black hasn't rolled very well in this bear off. So he's played fine, but he hasn't rolled very well to increase his gammon chances a lot.
This is 2 off the 5 point. So,
Yeah, so you can take your checker off.
sorry,
that's 2
let's
rolls.
have a little think about this.
What is it? 4-1.
I think this is right. Now he's got an even number of checkers.
Yeah, so it's
The risk is justified given
yes.
his score.
There's more gammons at the end of it.
Unfortunately, that doesn't take. Well, you could take checker off, but
So it looks like it's going to be a close race to save the gammon.
it is if Peter keeps fanning. He's got shotty time. He'll probably rip another one off.
Yes.
Yeah.
So usually it's right not to leave 2 shots for an extra checker off, but here I think the extra gammons you win make it worthwhile, and the fact that White's board is far from perfect. So even if you get hit, you're not going to lose.
And yet, this doesn't matter. You just play
Yeah,
fine.
just safe.
You've got an even number of checkers. Can't see the other die.
Something.
5-4.
5-4 it must be, yes. So you move the back one, I think. Not that it makes much difference.
So it's 8 check crossovers versus 6 for the gammon. The gammon has just
Yeah, and the crossovers are long.
hugely likely.
So it's big double now or next time.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
not
it.
enough crossovers.
Yeah.
Right, so 4
So
points.
now, are they going
9
to
to
take
6.
a break? 9-6.
Yes, so as you say, it's more than half the points now.
Yeah. And they've been playing.
Perhaps they're younger than we are, Chris.
There is that, of course. Peter's not one of them. If you can just hold the fort, Jules, I'm actually going to
Yes,
refresh
Jolly.
the coffee cup if they insist on playing without a break.
Yep. Well, I'm sure you'll do the same for me in a minute.
Indeed.
Okay, so Peter's got a 3-point lead now in a 7-point match. So he's still good favourite, but not half as good as he was before. Double 4 is a brilliant shot. So I think you just have to point on the 5-point here and cross your fingers and hope he doesn't get you on the bar. So if white doesn't hit, I think black can probably double immediately. So white hasn't hit. So I think black should double here. So he's got 3 more in the zone now, hasn't he? So I think he's got 11 in the zone. So he's reduced the deficit from 7 points to 3, but he's still a long way behind. You think Peter needs 4 points and Ian needs 7. It's almost twice as much. So you're still in a high gear and saying, I've got to win points quickly. So a very good double by Ian. So he can do priming or blitzing. 2-3 makes the 4-point. So Peter should be able to make an anchor or improve his board. So 3-6 is useless. I would make the 3-point here. I think you need a point in board. That one of my maxims is a strong offense is a good defense. So you're more likely to survive the attack if your opponent can stay out on a 2-point board as against a 1-point board. So 4-2, I think you have to hit here. You've got all the attackers have arrived already. So 5-1, he's anchored, is good. And he's going for the slot. He's got to leave a shot somewhere unless he plays 8-3. So black is slotted the other side. So I think this is probably a good idea. If he gets away with it, there's a big gain. So 4-3, he's hit, but he gets the return shots. And so I like that play. You still want to try and cover the 2-point for the future. 2-5 hits twice. So now Ian is desperately seeking a 5. The double 3 stays on the bar. So Peter wants 1-3 or 8. And 3-5 is best of both worlds. So you see Peter's trying to make an advanced anchor on the other side of the board while black's busy trying to come in. So a 6 is what he wants, or 2-4 to point on the blot. The double 3. So he can't make the 18-point, but he can settle for the other bar point, is kind of second best. 3-2. I think you have to make the 21-point. You have to stop white making a 6 prime in front of you. And then you've got to leave a blot. Some kind of a hit. 2-5. Can hit again, but he's sensibly trying to make sure he keeps his advantage without trying to win any gammons. And this 4-2 is not very good. He can come in at either place, but he's still got to expose another blot. So 3-5 is terrible. So he wants to move the back checkers, but they need 2s, 4s, or 6s. So 13-5 is probably all he's got here. So this looks dangerous, but Ian's a bit short of attack material here. So 2-1, he can do some sort of switching play if he wants to. So he could break the 4-point and play 4-3, 4-2, or he could break the 5-point and play 5-3 to 2. So I don't like this. The problem is when white enters that he's going to be doing quite well if he anchors on the 3. So Peter anchors, but then wants to keep his prime, so he comes out. So 2s, 4s hit outside. 5, 6 doesn't do much. So doesn't do much at all. You can play safe. You can play 13-8, 11-5. But that rather just allows white to run away. What about coming out with the 5? I think that's probably the best plan. The bar 6, sorry, 21, 16, and 11-5 seems to keep some contact in the game still. So this is safe, but the problem is if white rolls a 6, then he's just escaped freely. So 6-2, he jumps out. Does he want to spread them out? He's counting, so it's 12 away at the moment. So if he plays the 2 onwards, he's leaving 10s and 12s. But he thinks it's worth the risk, and I think he's right, because there's still a blot in black's home board. 4-3. So he covers his blot. And now Peter's going to try and do something consolidating these. Yeah, so he's got the front one safe, is good. So he's leaving 12, so double 6 is going to be good for black, whatever you do.
Right. I'm back, Julian, so...
Good, we're pleased to see it.
Ian's double, but he's just turned it round, has he?
Yes. So Peter only needs 4 points, doesn't he? So a gammon at 2 will be enough for him. But if he turns the cube to 4, then it'll come back at 8 instantly. So he's right to wait for a while. 3-1 is useless. So yes, just in board. So now we're leaving 7s and 12s. Is that a 7? We got a hit? No.
No. 6-5.
6-5 is good. So I think just bring the last one home and then see whether we can get any gammons out of this. I don't think there's many gammons, but it's a difficult game to lose for white. So they're always difficult, these cube decisions that Peter's facing. It's kind of like you don't know if you're too good or not good enough, but it's very rare you're actually at the sweet spot in the middle.
Oh, that's a very good roll. That's just up the gammon chances if Ian can't come in quickly. Right, so now he needs to clear one of the other points.
Yes, exactly. So you've got to clear the outfield points while he's on the bar.
Right. He doesn't want a 3. 2-5 is perfect. That may well save the gammon for him. He's got only 10 crossovers to save the gammon. He's got 15 to win the gammon. And of course, there's still some risk for white in this position. He's now odd on the 2 highest points. So a big double will not do him any good. And 6-2 won't do him any good either. And it's, to Jules's point, that there comes a time when you decide whether you should redouble or not. Would you put the match on the line here?
Yeah, so I think Peter's seeing the gammon slip away and wondering if it's worth taking any risk to potentially win it. So what happens if he doubles? Then Ian will drop to 2 away, 7 away.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. It's probably 15-16% or something.
Yeah.
Whereas if he takes and recubes, then he wins the match. So that means that 15 or 16 will be his take point. I don't think he's close to it, to be honest.
No, he's not close to a take. And I suspect that Peter's not close to... I don't think he wins enough gammons to play on, but I could be wrong.
Yes, no, I agree with you. So I was just counting up the pips. So black needs 37 to get home.
Yeah.
And then he's got to take 1 off, but
Yes, Peter's already got 1 off, hasn't he? So,
yeah, so I think this is the right cube action. And as we were saying, that we think that black should be passing.
right, so I've just put this into XG, and according to XG, by 15 millipoints, he should have played on for the gammon, but obviously this is a massive pass. So. And of course, he might make a mistake and take, so I think this is a really excellent cue.
So what's black's winning percentage here?
7%.
Right, so it's kind of half of what we thought his take point was.
Yeah. I think he'll think long and hard and then drop. Yeah, there you go. He sort of short and hard and drop.
Right, so 2 away, 7 away. I don't know precisely that. I know 2 away, 5 away is 25%, so he's below that. 2 points worth below that.
25 and he's...
So when your opponent is 2 away, you have to double very quickly. So when you double, you increase the value of your gammons and you decrease the value of his gammons to 0, and you've got no fear of being redoubled. So you're pretty much on a hair trigger to double at the first opportunity. I don't think we're there just yet.
No.
5-1 makes the 5 point. 6-2 makes the 4, or he can make the anchor, and I think you make the 4 here.
According to Janowski, white's about 82% of the score.
Right.
So, 6-2, this looks pretty obvious. I mean,
Yeah.
black now has a strong position. It's not particularly gammonish.
Yeah, so I was thinking he should have doubled last roll, but now
Yeah.
he certainly should. So this double 5 is, I mean, it's good for the race, but it's very bad for the positional element of the game. You've run out of 5s now.
Yeah.
So
Probably double hit at the score. That's my immediate thought about this, because it could give white a very difficult cube decision, even if it's not technically the best play. So now it's quite interesting. Now you certainly stop and think. Yeah. 3s are good, 5s are good, obviously, but 5s are duplicated. 6-4. Now, do you make the ace point or the bar?
yes, for sure.
I think, yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? I think you're blitzing.
Yes, no, and
I'd make the
say
ace
that
point.
I think when you put a blot on the ace point, the experts say that you've generally got to cover it because it's going to come back to haunt you later on.
Yeah, let's just watch the haunting. Oh, no. Now this
So
is...
now it's a double. We've got enough in the zone for sure.
But now he's probably missed his market.
Yes.
Yeah, this is going to be past. Too many gammons for black in this position.
Yeah, so black's got lots of good plans here, hasn't he? So he's got the prime to fall back on. He's got the blitz, and he can also just sort of transpose to a holding game by clearing the back bar point sometime in the future. I don't think white's position is terrible because that double 5 was a lot of pips, but I think black's been a bit slow doubling, and it's given white the chance to see how the game is going and that it's not going in his favor.
Yeah.
Right, but it's a point that's more valuable than normal, taking him to 6 away. So, it's if you're a multiple of 2s and 4s to getting to your target, then you're not going to get any overage when you win 2 points and 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
5-4 hit.
Yep, standard opening, standard decline. In and out. These early skirmishes can often be played without a great deal of thought because I've seen them so many times before. 4-1s can come in and split. Sorry, make a blind split. 5-3 is more interesting. So here, yes, I prefer this play.
Yeah, safety the blots is
Yeah.
what you want to do.
It'd be nice to make the 3-point, but 4-2 is a bit ugly. So 4 down. Could have played for the high anchor, but he's probably behind in the race. So that's going to be.
The one is up, isn't it? 24.
Yeah, the one is up, and I think, unfortunately. Again, white's got, I suppose, throughout this match, he's had a lot of stacks. 6-1 would normally be good, but here I think he's going to be hitting.
Well, you can make the 3, can't you?
Sorry, you can make 3, by apologies. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. Right, so now he's in a position to.
Now Peter needs a good roll.
That's a good roll. Right, so that's the good way to cure stacks and backgammon is to roll a small double.
6-4 is point on head.
Right, interesting.
Yeah.
Now, if he stays out, this could be very interesting. He's rolled the absolute nuts by touching and hitting. And that's going to give him an anchor, I guess.
Yes, but
white is in the driving seat now.
It's giving black a slow loss, I think is the way I describe it.
Yeah, and now, so he'll do this. Then next time he'll break one of the either the midpoint or the 11 point, or make the 3 points if he gets the opportunity. What's this, 6-2?
Yeah, so this is going to depend on the race, and I think black's a long way behind.
I wouldn't do this. I think it's too early.
Yeah, so it's shortening the zone of contact. It's making it easier for white to play safely.
And now 6-4 feels the 11 point.
Yes, he's wondering if he wants to keep it as a potential landing spot for the midpoint, but I think correctly decides that it's more of a liability than an asset. Now this is a standard position, so white's got 6 doubles and 6-5 clear the point. Yeah. And he's got all his checkers in play, so he's got plenty of time to wait for this good number.
Yeah. So it's not actually leading the race by very much, surprisingly.
So with the 5, I think you've got to jump out.
Yeah.
You've got to get that checker into play.
And also it puts pressure on the midpoint.
And if you get hit, you might come in on the 1 point and cause some trouble there, but it's got to get out sometime.
Now, do you play 13 to 8 and leave? It's only 6-4 and double 5, or you play 7 to 2 and just wait for a better
So
day?
we're 9 away from his anchor, I think.
Sorry,
So it's
no.
5-4 and 6-3. I think you just do nothing with this with 7 to 2. So again, I think you've got to come out. Now you've got more of an incentive. There's a blot in board.
7 to 2 is fine, times 3. 1 5 and 1 6 are the top rolls. Oh,
Right, so
1
1-5 is it. So that, I think, should be enough.
Well, now he's probably got a free roll to play on for an undouble gammon.
Yes,
Because it's
so you're right. So
gammon wins
while
the match.
black's on the bar, provided we don't leave any indirects, we can play on at our leisure.
Probably just play 12 to 8 here. You've got to get them home at some point. You just don't leave any indirects. You can do
Yes, so there's nothing can get us unless we walk into
specs.
4-7.
Right. 5-3. Another checker home.
Or both,
Or both, indeed.
8 and 7. So that does look safe.
Yeah. Yeah. The interesting thing will come if black enters on the ace point, let's say a 1-2, which would be a perfecta. Then what's
Yes, no, that's a very good question.
1 and 5 is going to be forced.
I think it's still a free shot.
I think it's a free shot. Indeed. 3-2, probably just play it 3. We could bring 2 in, but it'd be an unwieldy stack.
Yeah, no, so I'm with you. I'd like to keep them spread out.
Yeah.
No, it looks a little awkward, but it's nothing too serious for the moment. I think while the 20 point is open at the bottom of the board, he's fine to play on. The problem is if black's going to make the 5 point and say all my hits are going to win.
XG agrees with the play on. What was
Yeah,
that?
so now the 5 point is probably never going to be made in the game.
Well, this is clear, 6-4.
And there are some difficult numbers if black enters, but if he stays out, then
This is
not much can go wrong.
key to the last game, really. 2-2 is a really good roll.
Yeah, so that gives us plenty more rolls free to see if we can get the gammon. Zero risk, I'm saying, effectively.
Yeah.
6-4. I would keep 3 on the back point. That way there's no bad numbers for the moment.
I would agree. I'm just playing 5 to 1. It also gives you sort of good things like 3-1, and that still takes 2 checkers off without opening a point. So I think this is clear.
Yes, I mean, the way to get some gammons out of these positions is to keep the maximum number of points closed for the maximum amount of time. The more points you have closed for longer, the more likely it is your opponent will stay on the bar.
Right.
Now there's a bad number. There's 6-2.
6-3 is an excellent number, however.
Yeah, so it's looking almost free, isn't it? So it's 4-1, 5-1, 6-1.
Yeah.
So 6 bad numbers and 11 hits with those. But he's avoided that, so it's free.
So unfortunately, he's got 11 checkers left, but other than that, it's okay. Right.
So you aim for the 6 point. Okay, you haven't landed there, but you want to maximize your chances of going to the 6 next time.
one big double for Peter will put severe pressure on Ian. One big double for Ian will absolutely relieve the pressure.
5-3. I would say 18 to 10.
So would I. 5.
There's nothing, not too much wrong
Not
with
a
it.
lot in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 crossovers each. And you can afford to waste one crossover.
So 5-4 is good. Something must land on the 6 from there.
Yeah. 6-4. That is not a good number. The 1 is clear.
Yeah, so you don't want them on the same point. That's
You don't.
a rule that's almost always right. The problem is you've duplicated your good numbers here. What happens if you roll
No, something
4,
like 4,
got to waste
3,
lots of pips?
4 2s, or
Yeah, so it's worked out fine.
ish.
So he should be able to get a chance at rolling 6x to save it.
Yeah. Or 2 2, 3 3, 4 4
Yep,
5.
it's not double 5.
4 is the end of the match. Thank you very much.
Right.
So good win for Peter.
Yes.
Presumably the match was recorded and they can look at performance ratings later on.
Yeah, so the format of this thing is, it's called a double elimination. So they've got 16 players in each of the tournaments. And so after 2 rounds, there'll be 4 players who have got through on 2 out of 2 and 4 players who've got knocked out on 0 out of 2. And the remaining 8 will give us the other 4 to make up the final 8 for tomorrow. Oh, so they're going back to this blitz position. So you said you thought the XG thought it was a pass.
Yeah. They've suddenly gone back to it, haven't they?
Yeah, so I thought it was a comfortable take, to be honest with you.
Right.
But I suppose you've got 2 on the bar, haven't you?
Put it in again, because of course I could have made a mistake. I'm famous for that.
Well, I'm just trying to remember what the score was. I think it was probably early on.
Fairly early on.
1-0 to Peter.
I think it was,
or something.
it was 1-0 to Peter at the time.
Hang on.
Or,
Yes, I remember he'd got 9 in the zone, so that bit's right. But I thought Peter, having made the 1 point already, would give Black a comfortable take.
it was 1-0 at the time, yeah.
Maybe 2 on the bar is just too much. That's what you to say.
Well, on the side of double 6 or 5.
So what's he do here? He passes.
Still coming up as
He takes.
again, Jules, it's still coming up as a massive pass because more than half of White's wins are gammons.
Yep.
It's sort of 4 times blunder to take. It just goes to show.
I nearly didn't choose because I thought maybe, if I don't roll the 1, maybe roll the 2. But still, I don't think I think.
I'm just trying to see how far White's gone forward, and he's played 1 from the midpoint, is 12, and he's played a 5 from the 6-point to cover it, 17, and then he's played a 5 from the 8-point. So I make it 22 pips he's gone forward. So
He's 20
more than an opening double 5.
Well, I think it's time for everyone to have a spot of lunch. Myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, so that sounds a reasonable idea.
Yes. I will join you for the 4:45 one, but I won't join you for the middle one.
Okay, fine. No, well, it'll be good to hear you again.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So when's the next one, Julia?
The next round starts at 2 p.m. We'll be featuring one of the intermediate matches. Unfortunately, we don't know who yet. We've only had one person finish their game so far on pair. So we'll announce it a bit nearer the time, but it will definitely be an intermediate pair. Say 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for commentating on a great
No,
match,
it's
and
been a
looking
pleasure.
forward to the next ones.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, Julian, and we'll see you. I will see you later. Jules, good luck for
Yeah.
2 o'clock, and I'll see you later. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
Thank
For
you
now.
very much. That's so to everyone out there. Thank you for joining us. We will be back on air at 2 p.m. We will see you very soon. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We're now to round 2 of the Tour Winners Invitational. We're going to switch to the intermediate tournament, and round 2 will be Peter Hodson against Roland Archer. And I will hand you back to Julian for the commentary.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we're hoping to be underway quite soon. Right, so they're almost ready to kick off. So Roland is at the bottom and Peter Hodson is at the top. Like the last round, it's a match to 13. So there's the opening roll, 6-3. So I had a quick look as what happened in the morning, and both of them seemed to have quite close matches. So they were 13-10 and 13-11, I think. Okay, so 6-5 is right to hit twice. Four one comes in with both with a hit. So white's hoping to roll something with a 1 or a 6 to make the bar point. So 3-1, he can come in and make the bar 8-7. So usually it's best to make a point in the asset for a long time rather than just get a hit, which is your advantage will disappear. Coming in on the 20 is dangerous. So there's a double. So it's an early double, I would say. I don't think it's terribly wrong, but I think so. The Americans have a phrase, they call this a pointless double, when you double before you've made a point in your board. So cube was taken. Black managed to make the 3-point without hitting, and white's anchored on the 20-point. I can see, oh, it's a double 3, right, I've got it. So it's not as good as you would think initially. So the white blot on the 2-point is protected by the 5. So Roland makes the 10-point, is a blocking point, and plays his 2 back checkers up. So white rolls 6-1. The 6 is not good, but I think he should be hitting with the 1. So black's making a try to escape, and white's got to do his best to try and stop that. I'm sorry if the commentary is not as good as this morning. I'm afraid the video is a bit more disjointed. So 3-6, he comes in with the 3, and he can jump out. It looks like he's looking at, or hit. So I think this is the right idea. The question for white is how quickly he can produce his prime and how many checkers he'll get stuck behind it. So 2-1, he can make the 5, or he can make the 4 with tempo. So pointing on the blot, I think, is probably better than just making the 5. So he'd like to try and catch the other black blot that's trying to get away. So he's looking at both of the options. So the positive with this is that you're taking away half black's roll, so he might not get the checker on the 16-point out to safety. So black rolls 5-3, so he can come in with either number, but he still can't get the other checker safe. I'm trying to see if there's any kind of duplication. He's looking at coming in with the 5. So yeah, this looked a nice idea, except it gives white ones to 6-5 is useless, to be honest. So it doesn't have the 1, 2, or 3 he wanted. So black might well be able to make a clean getaway. White can play safely by bringing 2 down from the midpoint, but then when he's given up the outfield, it's easy for black to get away. So this is the play that keeps the best blocking formation, but 2 blots in board isn't very good for the future. Yeah, so I don't know which play is right here. I have a feeling this might well be best. So 4-3, that's perfect. So that gets the back blot out to safety. And now White's got to find a way of trying to rebuild his board. I think the 1 you play 2 to 1, so that saves 2 blots. Yeah, so this is reasonable as well, aiming to make the 5 point. So 3-2 for black. Not much help. He's trying to limp home and just get home safely with no more hitting for the rest of the game. So some safe plays 8-3 is one, or 6-1. So he's cleared the 10 point. That's reasonable. That's another point he wants to get rid of. So 6-2. Important question here is whether the checker right at the back on the 23 is an advantage or a disadvantage. So this makes the 5 point. That's very good for any future hits. 3-4 fills in the 4 point. So I think now White's blot on the 2 point is getting to be a disadvantage, that Black's filled in the intermediate points. So now the 3 and the 4 points are safe landing spots, so he could amass builders and before he points on the 2. So 3-2, he can clear the midpoint and leave an 8 shot. And I think he's probably best to wait as he's looking at. 6-3. So White can certainly get his checker out from 20-11. That's certainly not a bad idea. So it looks as though White's going to be counting on hitting an 8 shot if he gets it. So 6-3. I think Black's got to leave it now. The alternative safe play is to clear the bar, and then there's going to be more shots in the future. So at the moment, 2-2 is blocked, so there's only 5 hitting numbers. So 13-4, I think, is the right play here. The alternative is 7-1, 7-4. So this buys him a roll or 2 to clear the midpoint safely, but at the cost of 1 extra shot when he's forced to leave the shot. And the other question is how much White can improve his home board while he's waiting for the shot. So this 4-2 doesn't seem to do anything, but bringing 2 in is certainly a reasonable option, or 11-5, keeping the 8 point. 2-1, not much help at all. So you can make the 2 point or the 1 point, not much between them. So yes, one option is to make the 1 point, which leaves the gap on the 2, which is actually quite useful because it means when you're bearing in, your bad 6s will help to fill the gap. So White's played some in, so 4-2, not any help at getting home. So I think we've still got to wait, play 6-2, maybe 2-1, or make the 2 point. I think he's looking at clearing the 8, and I don't think that's a good idea. There's no intermediate landing spot. You can't clear the midpoint with 5 something next time. So I think that might well be storing up trouble. 6-3 makes the 3 points, so now he's ready to hit. 6-3, so black comes home. So 6 different 8s will hit here. 3-1 is not enough. Or is it 3-3? Yeah, so he's going all the way around, so I guess it's a 3-3. So there's certainly some racing chances for white here. But first, black's got to get his blot safe. The double 2 doesn't do it. So unless he wants to give a direct shot, he's got to stay where he is and make the 2 point like this. And actually 6-4 twice, 4-2. 6-2 is not too bad. So another go with an 8 shot. So that's a 10, but white can still race here. The 62-68 I've got in black's favour. So black's got a smallish lead, 3-4, comes in, but doesn't fill the gap on the 5. Five, 1, so he comes into the 5, and 8-7. Certainly going to be some good. So black's got to try and avoid 5s for a while. So 6-4 is good. That's 10 pips. It's above average. 5-1. So 1 and 5. Yeah, that looks like a nice even distribution. Double 2 is very good. So that's 3 off. And then 6-4. So black's going to have this problem of potentially missing on rolling 5s until he's cleared the 6 point. So that's why he used his last 4, fourth 2 to take 1 off the 6 point. So 5-1 is a miss with the 5, but the 1 comes off. And now we can see it's 40 against 31. 10 checkers against 9. 3 probably fill the gap on the 2. So black's got the advantage in this race, but it's not overpowering just yet. Double 1, that's 4 pips. That's pretty poor. 2-5, so the 5 misses again. But he's taken 1 off, so it's 8 checkers to 7. But black's got a big race lead here. 19-36. Double 4, that's why he hesitated. He knew there was a good number coming, so that's 2 off. 6-2 and 5-1, that gives him maximum coverage. So white's got 6 checkers, black's got 7. Double 1. That's 3 off, and then he spreads out. So now he's rolled ahead again. 5-1 takes 2 off. So 4 checkers against 4, but still a pip lead for black. 5-2, so there's his third 5 missing. He goes to the 1 point and takes 1 off. So now white can win if he never misses, but he's got to roll a 6, so he can't redouble just yet. So 6-2 takes 2 off. I think it's 6-2 or 6-1 rather. Yeah. So that's the right one. That gives him double 2 next time, if there is a next time. So 4-1, black is off. Next turn, white needs 2s or better. And he rolls 3-6, so he's 1 roll short. So close first game, but 2 points go to Roland in the end. So the format of this tournament I talked a bit about before. It's a double elimination tournament, and since both of these players won their first round, whoever wins this match will qualify for the finals tomorrow, and whoever loses will be on 1-1 and get a second chance in round 3. So black starts with a 5-4, the 5 down and split with a 4. Double 3, so that points on the 5 point and then should make the 3 point. Now I think as white we can double if black stays on the bar, which he does. So here's the cube coming, and this is still a take for black, which he does take. So 4-3 is not great. The good thing with white's game when he's rolled this early double 3 is that he hasn't made any deep points. So he might get into a blitzing variant, but his main threat is the priming game. So 2-1. He can anchor on the 24 or the 23. And I think he's right to pick this one because the 8 point is open for the moment. So if white can't cover the 8 point, he's going to have a convenient escape from his 2 point anchor. But white's got a 5, so he's remade the 8 point and brought one checker out. So making the 2 point anchor for black has stopped him losing the game quickly, but he still needs to find a way to improve his position to get some sort of a potential winning chance. So 5-2 is the only indirect hitter. He's got to give up his anchor to do it, and it looks as though it's a bit dangerous. I still think he was right to hit, but otherwise I think he was just going to lose the game slowly. But as we can see, there's potential for things to go wrong. So he's in with what looks like a double 2. So I think this is the right play. So he remakes the anchor, makes the 4 point, and then he should come down 13-11. The alternative would be to make the 21 point, but then the danger is you're just going to get into a losing holding game. With the last 2, I actually like 13-11 rather than 8-6, because although you're giving some shots, a lot of the numbers are duplicated. So the 6-4 that hits also makes the bar point. So white makes the bar point is a good blocking point, but black might get some sort of a blockade himself. So that's not a great number. He can make the 2 point is the obvious play, or we could bring 2 down from the midpoint. So it wasn't immediately clear to me which was right. So 5-1. Yeah, I think you safety these blots, and it looks like it's a 4-1, right? Okay. So that way he's got a 5 prime and he doesn't have any more blots. So 3-6 for black. Again, he could leave the bar slotted. I don't think it's so attractive anymore. So he plays safe and he's got his 2-point game. But White's still got to make his escape with the last back checker. At 2-1, he can creep up a little if he wants to. I think getting that checker out is important. So walking into the builders isn't too bad for the present. So there's only 3 builders and the 5-point's still open. Another alternative would be to break the 9-point, play 2 checkers off the 9, which maximizes your builders to make the 4-point. So trying to solve the problem of making the 4-point goes out. So 2-1, not very good at all. Is it worth hitting on the 3? Can't see how it gains too much, but probably not going to lose too much either. So I really don't have a strong feeling on this one. I think 4-1 is a good play, whether you hit or not. The 3-5. He's looking at coming in with the 3. I think he should come in with the 5. Yeah, so that gets him closer to home and better position with his builders on the other side. Six one. And now I think it's too much to hit. I think you've just got to play 13-6 and hope that the position's good enough to be able to hold. There's no need to dig your own grave when you're in a bad position. So 3-1, the back check is still trapped. So now I think it's clear you give up the 9-point. It's not blocking the back checkers at all. 2-1 again. Again, it's no good. I think probably 6-3 is the play here. You could play 4-1 as well, but I don't think there's a lot of difference between them. So he's looking at hitting. Definitely nothing wrong with looking. Always with these, you want to look at, say, well, what's the upside and the downside? So the downside is you're leaving 3 blocks and lots of shots. But the upside is, even if you get missed and you maybe make the 5-point next time, you're still a long way from winning the game. So if the upside isn't there, it's not worth investigating how bad the downside is. I think simply 6-3 without hitting is a good play here. So suppose white rolls 6-6 and then you're black on roll. Are you going to win if he stays on the bar for 1 roll? And I think you've still got too much to do. So he sees it differently. He thinks it's worth the risk. So 4-1 is a potential double hit. Now on the positive side, if white hadn't been hit, he could have made the 4-point. So black certainly isn't lost yet, but there's going to be a lot more gammons when he's got another 2 checkers back. 6-1, so he comes out. Not a little difference with the 1. Probably 8-7 is the best one, because the 8-point is the next one you want to get rid of. Six fans. The 1-2-3 combination will make the 4-point. Certainly with a 4, it's worth taking the risk. 1-6 and 2-6 that aren't even going to win. So 6 for white would save all his blots. 4-3 is good second place, so he comes around with the 4 and saves the 3. So now if black enters on the 1 point, white would like to point on him, but okay, so he's come in. Now I think slotting is fine. I think probably 13-10 is better. Now white's got to position his builders ready to make the 1 point in the future. I don't think it's critical at the moment if he gets hit, but he'd still rather like to make the 1 point cleanly without leaving a blot. 5-2, he can't cover the 5 point, but he can get a couple of builders to make it next time. 6-2, so he's got to leave a shot. So he hits. And that leaves a bad double 6 in the future, so maybe 5-3 is the best 2. A 2-1. Right, so he's going for the hits. Not at all clear to me that that's actually to his advantage. So sending a checker back is good for him, but is he going to be able to contain it, or will it just result in him getting more checkers hit? So 5 hits and 6 is he can come out or hit on the 1 point, and I think you probably should hit on the 1 point. That I think in all likelihood it wins more games and more gammons. The 2 comes in, so now he's got 3, 4, 5, 6 to cover. 2-1, do you cover or hit? I would cover here. I think stopping black coming in is the important thing, and then you can hit the blocks next time. But not too bad to hit the other side either. There's a 1, so the game is still in a state of flux. So black's ended up with a 1-2 back game. But white's still got a couple of checkers back. So he's managed to save his other blot. So black needs 5 or 6 to get someone over the prime. So 6 is really good. They definitely needed that to get into the outfield. So the 1 doesn't matter too much. I would stay there so you get some returns, but you'd rather like to keep the spare on the 6 as well, so this isn't too bad. 3-2 doesn't do anything good, so he safeties his blots. 3-2 again. So black needs to move his back checker off the 2 point if he gets the opportunity. So he's looking at that and deciding, is it too risky? But I think, oh, he's looking at the hit, right. Well, that's much more exciting. So now if white comes in, black can get gammoned almost immediately. Right, so why is he entering with a 1, not a 4? So he can enter with a 1 and hit on the 1 point, but I think you enter on the 4 and hit on, you can't hit on the midpoint. It's my eyesight. Yeah, so I think this is the right play. At least if it works, he can win a gammon relatively easily. So now he's got 2-3-5 to cover, 3 to hit outside. 6 will jump the prime. 5-1, and that covers. And a bit of a shortage of ones. So black's stuck on the bar, so white's looking to get his 2 back checkers home while black's stuck on the bar. So 3 comes up, and 4 to 3 duplicates 2s everywhere. 3-1 bans. So I guess there's some interruption from the tournament director, which is why things have stopped. So when it gets around to white's turn, he's got 1s and 7s to hit. Right, so they're kicking off again. The 1s and 7s are what we're after. 4-3 looks like a 7. Now 4s and 1s to hit the last one. And 1 is good. So now white just needs to bear off safely. So it's just how can he do this? So that seems to be a nice bearing in number. So it gets them all in safely and spread out. So usually a good maxim in these positions is you clear from the rear and don't ask questions. So what white wants to do is to clear the 6 point first. So he's taken 1 off, left himself open to some big doubles. 6-2, that clears the 6 point. So now he's got a second one off. Now it looks like 6-5 is the only number leaves the shot. 5-4 is fine. That's 4 off, I think, now. Now there's 6-3-5, 3 leaves the shot. Double 2 doesn't leave a shot, but it doesn't take any off either. So you should always be suspicious of positions with lots of checkers on the 1 point. That the problem is when you get hit with all those checkers left, you can still lose the game. So 5-1, 5 comes off, and 1 is optional. I think the right plan is to strip the 4 point here. I don't think it's terribly bad to take an extra checker off. So black's so far behind that I think he's going to get gammoned every time he doesn't hit. So 5-4 is a shot leaving number. So all the 4s, 5-2, 6-2, double 2. 5-3 is no use. So 1 crossover. 5-4 is 2 off. So black still needs 5 crossovers to save the backgammon. Double three is a good shot. Yeah, so that's got three out. So now the backgammon risk has reduced considerably until white rolls a double six. So now black needs double three or better, or 5-6. So he's only got half a dozen numbers saved for backgammon. 6-5 is good enough. Great shot. So that was an exciting game. So 4 points to white. So Peter's gone ahead 4 points to 2. So with these matches where both players have scored points, you can reduce it and say, if you look at the points the trailer has scored is 2 and take that from the target of 13, you can say that effectively white is 2-0 up in a match to 11. So last match I said that a 1 point lead in an 11-point match is worth 5% match winning chances. So Peter is currently 60-40 favourite to win the match. That's before the 3-1. 3-1 is a very good shot. So double one, you make the 5, and technically 24-22 is a better play with the last 2 ones. So the problem with this split is that you're not making a new point with making the bar points, that you're swapping the 8 for the 7, which is an improvement, but you are leaving a lot of shots in the process. So he's remade the 8 points, so he's potentially got the best of both worlds, but black's managed to slip 1 checker away in the meantime. So 6-5 plays fairly comfortably. So he's replaced spare on the 8 points. So 5-1. So I think we need to split as white when we've got more checkers back. And it's just about safe for the moment, but the longer we delay it, the worse it's going to be. So 3-1 looks like it just makes the 9 point. So now white wants to make an advanced anchor or escape. 3-1. 3-2 is perfect. So that's anchored at the edge of the prime. So now the priorities switch over, and black wants to try and escape his checker. I don't think there's a need to come up with the 1 yet. Now white would like to try and extend his prime from the back. So 5-4, he comes down with the 5, and he can slot either the front or the back. So it's not clear to me which is right. You've got to leave a shot either way. At least this way you're keeping the midpoint, so there's a merit in that respect. Now black needs to creep up with a 2 or a 3, and double 5 is really bad. So there goes all his timing. So I think he's got to come off the midpoint. And white's potentially can double, but I don't think he should. I think he needs to roll, make the 5 prime, and see if black gets to the edge. So at a 4-2, if it is, he should make the 4 point and slot the back of the prime, which is what he's doing. So now I think it will be a double and a pass, unless black does something spectacular. So 2-4, he has to come up and then play the 4 behind, but I think he's still got to pass. So now we got all the 4s make the 6 prime, and it looks like double 6 and double 3. That would be 15 4s, 2 doubles, 5-6 will make the 3 point. Yeah, so it's certainly double for white. And the question is, can black tank based on white not making the 6 prime, or if he does make it, can he hold it together? So I've calculated 19 numbers give white a 6 prime, which I think is too many on the basis that if he makes the prime and wins half the time, the other half of the time when he hasn't made the prime, he's still going to be favourite. So I think this is a pass, personally. The threat of making a 6 prime is very strong. The 2-1, he hasn't done it. It's a particularly poor number. So he could leave the back slotted. Doesn't really appeal to me. I think you just save that checker and get ready to attack black next time. Yeah, so you bring that guy in. So if you roll 3-4 next time, you'd be prepared to miss out on the bar point to point on him, but you wouldn't be prepared to lose the 6 point to point on him. Is this 3-1? He wants to find a play that doesn't expose anything else. The 6-1 again, that's pretty useless. So he brings in the last remaining builder. So black's got one last chance to escape, and he does. He gets a 6. So that's 12 away at the moment, so he can get hit by double 3 and double 6. But I suspect black's got a good race lead. So if white's way down on the pip count, I think maybe he should come out with a 6 and attack the blot because of the 2 blots in the home board. So black's come up to 11 away. Well, to 10, it's very close to hitting. So I've got it, I think black is 10 pips ahead. So if that's correct, then I think white can still take. And the question is, should black get his checker to safety before he doubles? So it's not going to be a very big difference. But if you own the cube, it's usually best to get a bit closer towards your doubling point. That's at the moment you paid the price to see the game to the end, so you don't want to give that up too early. So close double, no double decision. 4-1 is why he waited. So he can't come into direct range, so he's got to play 8-3 here. So perhaps I've misread the dice. Yeah, so he's come out 4, so he's left 4 shots now. And he's been missed. So 5-3. The race is quite close here. So yes, this is the automatic play. And now I think black should think of doubling. Certainly take your time and have a think about this position. 6-1 is a bad roll. So he can clear the point safely, but he wasn't able to hit and cover. So white rushes off to a race, and now I think he's going to be slightly ahead. Certainly you can see he's 2 crossovers ahead at the moment. I think the pit count's going to be quite close, so 2-1 is bad. So he makes a crossover and fills the gap. White gets 4-3, that takes the 1 off the 7. $54.63 is what I have at the moment. $51.63. The black's been rolling very poorly on the bearing. $52.35. Double 1 is 3 off. And 36.54. Double 3 is a great shot. So it's 3 off. That's crazy play. So yes, you should look at the numbers that take a checker off directly. So if he'd have done that, he'd have seen he could have taken 2 checkers off with the first 2 threes and then taken the 3rd one off. So those 2 checkers on the 3-point might come back to cost him later. So 6 is easy. And 2, is it maybe? The 3 is off, and then fill the gap on the 4-point, or do this if you're panicking. Or you expect double 4. Right, so 4 checkers to 3. 4 is good and 1 is bad. So it's 3 checkers adding up to 10 pips. I think it's enough to get white to pass. Yeah, I think 10 pips is you're so likely to get off in 2 rolls that it's not a take for white, and I think white can also potentially miss here. So it's a close decision, I think is the answer, but technically I think it's a pass, and given the fact you've got a small match lead, that's going to push it slightly more in that direction. So yeah, he correctly passes. If you see black's checkers on 2-3-5 and you see, well, his worst number is 2-1, he can take off the 3-point. So even if he rolls 2-1, it's his worst number, he's still favourite to get off next turn. So very good pass by Peter. So scores are tied at 4-4, so now we're down to a 9-point match. Right, so we're off, and looks like white starts with a 3-1 this game. Nope, it's a 3-2 for black. $5-2. I think it's probably slightly better to play 2 off the midpoint. I have a general rule that if your opponent starts by bringing 2 checkers off the midpoint, it's generally wrong to split. That there's 10 checkers in the zone, and the problem is if black makes the point next time, then as white, you feel that you've got to re-anchor because the blitzing threat is too strong. The double four comes in, it's a good entering number, but can't hit anything. So yes, come in and make the 4 point, and then the fourth four is not at all clear. So you want the point in board, that's going to help you defend against your opponent's attack. You could have come up to the 20 point with the fourth four, but I rather like this one. 2-6. Now you can hit at the top or point on head. Tough decision. I think pointing on head is the right play. You've got enough attackers there that you might finish white off quickly that way. Hitting at the top of the board is going to gain in the race and give you a long-term advantage, but not many very quick wins. Yeah, so that one I wasn't really sure about, but he went the same way I did. So 5 is good. He can come in with a 5. And if it's a 3, I think you have to regrettably save the other blot. Creating another blot is too dangerous. So now black's got 1s, 3s, and 6s to attack on the 5 point or 8 and 9 at the top. So he's got an extra point in board. So I think that all that adds up to enough to double for black. Just simply a sequence where you hit and your opponent stays on the bar is going to be close to a quarter of the games. So 1, 3, 6, that's 8 pointing numbers on the 5 point. And yeah, so it's good double. I think it's still a good take by white. 3-1 makes the 5 point, very good shot. So now white needs to enter to stay alive. So he has entered 1-4. So entering is good. Leaving a shot is bad. So I wasn't sure what to do there, whether you piled a checker on the 6 point or you slotted the 5, but leaving the blot somewhere else isn't the right idea, I don't think. So the problem with this play is there's no corresponding upside. So it's like if you're not hit, you haven't made the 5 point. 6, 5. Difficult number. You can remake the midpoint, but you're leaving 2 blots. You could play safe. You could do 10-4 and 13-8. So this doesn't seem to have worked out very well for white. The problem he's got is that his back checker is still stranded. Still, you've got to make the most of what you've got. So maybe 10-6 and creep up at the back. So the idea of that play is you freeze the builder on the 8 point. So numbers like 6-1 and 4-1 that would make the bar point leave you a direct shot, so they can't do it. Or the other play is just to play the 1 and the 4 behind. Oh, it was 1-2. Sorry, my apologies. So 5-4. Not much good. We can try and prime him with bringing 2 down from the midpoint, or we could try and attack him with 11-6 and 8-4 and hit next time. So running is a third plan, and I imagine black's ahead in the race. So 6-1 looks useless. So I think you can just make the 3 point. But black's still got to save his checker on the 20 somehow. So if you can make a new point at 0 risk, it's very often the right thing to do. I'm not sure why white's taking too long looking for trouble here. Double one, so he makes a solid 5 prime. Now white needs a 1, but he hasn't got it. So 5-4 he can play, he can hit, he can play behind, or he can just give up the midpoint and concede gracefully. I have a suspicion you should be hitting here, but it's seemingly the only way to win. Trouble with this play is not that there's anything disastrous will happen, just that you lose slowly. So 4-3, black can't get out, and he can't slot the back of the prime. Yeah, I think the right play is 10-7 and 13-9. So it's less good for attacking white, but better for building the prime. And I think that what you've got to do is protect against white escaping. That's white's main threat in this position. So ones are good for white again, and 6-3 does nothing again. So he can hit, right? Yeah, so nothing wrong with hitting, trying to win. Five is a good hit. So I would have broken the midpoint and get more coverage in the outfield. Nothing terrible about this. So one, he anchors again. Now I think it's too much of a downside attacking on the 5 point. I think you've just got to let him get away and concede the game. I think if you hit on the 5 point, it's difficult to win from there, but there's certainly lots more gammons when you get hit. The black does come out safely. Again, I would have broken the midpoint to get some coverage. 3-5, so 3 is going to slot the 5 point. 5 is pretty inconsequential. So always in these positions, I said in the last match, you want to concentrate on figuring out, do you want to extend your prime from the front or the back? And at the moment, you've already got 2 checkers on top of the prime. So to use those checkers, you're going to have to make the 2 point. So 1-3-5 was a good combination. 4-3 is good because now we've got 4s as a builder as well. So 6-3, white can bring both his checkers into his home board, so then he's killed 6s. So that should slow him down and let him keep his prime a little longer. So 1-3-4-5, 6-1, the 6 comes down, and I think you probably want to keep that spare on the 7 point. So when you roll something with awkward 5s, you're still going to have the 7 point to back up your prime. So you can slot, but I don't think it's necessary just yet. I would have played 5-4, but this I don't think is too bad. So 1-3-4-5 combinations. 4. Now 5-4, white should always or generally play from the back here, so that way he keeps the strongest board for as long as possible, and he kills numbers quite quickly. So 1-1, black can get everyone home. So yes, that keeps 6 on the 6 point, but it's better to keep some spares on the 5. Otherwise, you'd be open to 6-5 leaving a shot and not just 6-6. Before 1, you could take a checker off, or you could spread some builders out. Not really too fussed. Two one. So now the play is to clear the 5 point. Yeah, so now we've got no blocks in board and we should be able to hold the 4 point board for some time. So I think white's probably going to lose a single game here rather than a gammon or a potential win. 5-4 is no plays. 6-4 is forced. So white's going to have to jump out sometime soon. All 6 is perfect. That's 4 off, but he's still got 7 left. The white's plan should be to move this guy round as far as it will go. See if he gets a shot while he's waiting. The 3-1 plays safe. 3 off, 3-2. But it only takes 1 checker off and potentially misses next time. The 6-5 white should be running here. That's his best chance to get off the gammon is just in racing rather than hitting. The 6-5 is not a miss. So white needs 3 crossovers to get home, or 4 to get 1 off. So double 2 or better gets the gammon. 4-1 is a miss and everything saves for white. So that takes the score to 6-4 to Roland. So now we're down to a 2-0 lead in a 9-point match. So again, I'd approximate that black's about 60-40 favourite, so still quite a long way to go. The 6-2 splits. 3-5, making the 3 point. So a point in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. The alternative would be to hit with the 5, 6-1, but you don't have a point for the rest of the game then. So 5-2 doesn't do much, but at least he can run 1 out and make the 11 point. So 5-1. So he splits his back checkers because he's got 2 back to 1. So double 6 is really good. So you make the bar and the 5 points, so that gives you a 4-point prime. So white needs a good number here, and double 1 is certainly it. So is it 2-1 or double 1? 2-1. Okay, so he's made the 3-point anchor. So black doubles, it's perfectly sensible. He's got race lead and a prime. But white's correct to take, I think, because he's by anchoring on the 3-point, he's stopped the blitz threat. And his idea is maybe to make a prime in front of black's last back checker. But the last back checker's made a run for it. So 4-2 doesn't hit, but it makes the 4-point. It's double 6 for white. Yeah, I think if you go on, it's probably easier to count. I don't think white's too bad in this race. think white's 10 down. So if my maths is right, then we have to stay on the 16 point. So 22 to 16 twice and 13-7 twice. And see if we can give black some problems trying to clear his midpoint. So 4-3. The right play here is to split, to strip the midpoint. So 13 to 6. So the sooner you get down to 2 on the midpoint, the sooner you give yourself the opportunity of rolling the 5-6 to clear it safely. So 6-2, white should give up his own midpoint. So those two checkers are not doing a lot at the moment. So he's aiming them round to his 5 point. So 5-4, and now black does take it. So 7-3, 4-1, I think is probably the right play. Two, 3, still can't clear the midpoint. Probably 6-1, best waiting play that does least damage. Now it looks like white might lose his last 6. 3-2. So 3-1 looks as though it balances the distribution, and then maybe 5-2 keeps the 6 saved. Yeah, so this doesn't leave a blotting board, but the problem is that the gap on the 5 point is not good for the race. So 4-1, that can break his 5 point or lose his 6. And he's deciding that he needs to get into the race. So 6-2 is fine for white. So just stay put and hope to get the shot next time. So 7-1, 3-1. Any 5 or 6 will give you a shot. Four, 2 is safe. A tense moment, someone's going to leave a shot soon. So 6-5 can play safe. And I think that's right. So he's behind in the race, but he's 2 crossovers ahead for the moment. So it's certainly not too bad. So 6-3, 2 down. So 6 fills the gap, 2 gets closer. So white's down to 16 crossovers. And that, I think, was a double. So black's 14 crossovers, double 3. Good, so that comes in and 3 off. No. Sorry, it's difficult to read the dice, so I think that was a 3-2. So that was only 2 crossovers. So black's down to 12, and now white's down to 12, but white's got some serious gaps. 5-3 is a miss, and that really costs him a roll. But white's got to roll very well to fully exploit this. He's got, I think, a big potential himself missing in the future. Okay, so white's got 10, black's got 11. Double 2 is 3 off. So black's down to 8. 5-3 is not a miss. So white's down to 8. So black's got to roll avoid 2s is the answer. 5-1 is okay. The other way black can win is if white misses, and I think that's more likely. So 6-1 is good. He's managed to avoid it. 5-4, no 2s. 1-5. Right, so the position's symmetrical. So I rather think white's got a take here on the basis that black can roll a 2, but he didn't roll a 2. So now white's down to rolling double 3s or better. 6-5 is half of 2 good doubles. So black gets 2 points, so now he's 4-0 up to 9. So there looks like they're taking a break for a minute. So I will disappear for a minute as well. And when we get back, we'll all be refreshed with new coffee. So it looks like the player's back. So 6-3, rather than making the 8 point. I think he should have made the 5 point there. 3-4 hits. So just 1 minute while I attend to my coffee. So it looked like this was getting into rather a long, complex game. So it's 3-2 for black. I think he's got to hit with the 3. 8-5. Fighting for key points is important early in the game. The 5 point is the most important one. So now black's got 1s, 3s, and 6s. Double 2 can either make the 5 point and hit loose, or we can make the 4 point. Yeah, so this, I think, is probably a very, very good play. That it makes the point 6 away from the 3 point anchor. So white should be keen to get off that anchor now. And 5-2 looks to be the perfect reply. So now I think white's got some sort of a race lead, but there's an awful lot of contact before he can get into a race. So 3-1 makes the 5 point. 3-1 for black. Just biding his time. So white, I guess, wants a 2 to get his back checker up. The double 4 is very good. He can get it all the way out. So 22-6 looks like a very good play. So he's sensibly going part of the way and seeing if there's something better, but there isn't. 6-5. Now white needs to clear his 20 point and then he can think of doubling. But that's a big double away. Two one is awkward. And the only way to play safe is to play behind and maybe make the 2 point. Anything else looks a bit too risky. I think the best alternative would be maybe 13-10, so your opponent has to break his anchor to hit. This one is saying he's got to break the midpoint to hit, and I don't think he'd regret that too much. I think if he gets the opportunity to hit, he should do. And that looks like Another double four, is it? So it's nowhere near as good as the last one. So I'm not quite sure about this. I think the timing says you've got to give up the midpoint. Problem with this is it all looks very nice now, but what are you going to do with your next six? So White's getting to the stage of being desperate for doubles. And Black's thinking about doubling, and I'm sure that's wrong. But generally, I say you should wait till you see the whites of their eyes. So if there's nothing that you can hit next time, where's your market loser going to be? You know, you're hoping that when it's your turn next, you'll have a shot at something. So Black sensibly waits, and it's very easy for him to wait and see what White's going to cough up for him. So 6-3, got to run off the midpoint or the anchor. So maybe it's 6-1. Can't have been 6-1. That was blocked. So 5-4 misses. He'd like to cover the 3-point, but then there's no 4. He could give up the midpoint, keep his reception party further back. So 5-1. It doesn't save the blot. That does reduce the shots. Now Black should hit if he can cover, but he can't. So 5-4, I think you play 2 off the 8-point. That way you cover your blot safely. 2-3. You just come in. Yep, looks fine. Now Black would like to get a 3 to get a spare on the 6-point. So 5-1. Not good. I'd be very tempted to break the bar point there. 4-3. Don't like that. I think I'd like to have filled in the gap on the 2-point. So 3-2. There's the spare on the 6 we want. So he's looking at making a run for it. Well, if he goes out there, where's his 3 going to be? So that's left lots of shots, but there is a blot in Black's board, so I'm sure he's right to wait. So 4-1. Yeah, so he can just let White go, but this way I think he's 2-1 favourite to win the game. Unless White rolls a 2. But Black's still got a 5' that's holding that checker. So it's an interesting question whether White should double if Black's on the bar, but Black isn't on the bar. Now White can get out with 5, 6s don't play. Most 4s he can hit, but that's not going to win. He does still need to roll a 5 to win, so I think he's underdog in this game for a while. 6-1 would have been very good. 6-4. Well, the idea here is you have to get your back checker out and control the outfield. So 23-17 and 18-14 gives lots of coverage and no shots. So this is fine if your opponent doesn't hit you, but if he hits you, or it's bad. Right, so 6s and 2s to cover probably might be enough to double. So 2, 6 and 12. So he's waiting till he's a bit closer. So I'd still take that checker out from the 2-point. I think that's a severe weakness in our position. So he's seen it the same way. I think I would make the 14-point. Seems strange to make a point 12 away from our target on the 2-point, but I think it might come in handy later rather than having a block that's closer. The white fans again. So now black, I'm sure, should be doubling. But he's got enough covering rolls, and even when he doesn't cover, then white might well enter and break his board anyway. So the 5, we go to the midpoint, so we're protecting against 1-6. Now you have to, it's enough to cash this position. So what's going to happen is, in all likelihood, black is going to slot the bar point next time, give white a 17 to 1 shot, and if he doesn't hit it, then he'll be stuck behind a 6 prime. So 3-2, this is following what I would say with my plan. I would play 10 to 7 and 18-16. So this is not terrible, but you don't have an immediate threat to, or a powerful immediate threat to make the 6 prime. So what are you going to do when white enters with a 1? Always, as I said earlier today, that you want to concentrate on, are you extending your prime from the front or the back? So here you can see you had all 5 checkers behind the 18-point. So that was really what you should have been aiming for. Now, technically, it's right for white to play on. And that was a mistake. Now double 6 leaves a shot. And he's managed to arrange it again. And now he gets off it. And now double 6 is safe. Now I think you're right to play on an undoubled gammon. So very good timing. He got off the double 6 just before he rolled it. Six two comes in. So yeah, nothing wrong with this double. So white passes, so 4 to 9. So 4 away, 9 away is the score. So I would mention at this stage that there's an article on the UK BTF site I wrote called Mr. Mitchie's Mysterious Move Magnitude, which explains a bit as to how you should change your strategy when you're a long way behind in a match. So Peter's a long way down. He needs about twice as many points as Roland. So he's doing this strategy, but perhaps in an extreme. So trying to get into a priming game is the right plan, but this particular sequence, I think he was probably right just to follow the normal play. So 2-1, he makes the 5 points, so he's pleased the way it's gone so far. So 6-2 does nothing. I think we should certainly make the 11 point because that's an asset for the future. Whether it's too bold to come out to the 18, I don't know. Maybe 11 and 7 is a good play. So this is a running play. It's leaving 1s, 3s, and 10s. So that would be enough for me to say that I've got to double now. So the double is based on the score more than the position, I would say. Is that 6-4 hits outside? Probably not, or he'd have done it. So 6-2 can't hit anywhere. 3-1. So the blot at the top of the board is stuck. I think you've got to hit 11 to 7. Often it's right to make the 5-point, but here I think you've just got too many that might be hit if you follow that route. Is this 4-2? A useless number. No, it's 4-1, so he can hit. At least he's got something. Now black's got a good 6 if he rolls one. So 4-1. He can try hitting. And this safe play doesn't look very safe. So white's got 2s, 4s, 6s to attack and 3s to anchor. Well, it looks like a double 3, is it? So you can hit and make the 3-point is the most aggressive forward-looking play. Or you could hit twice and make the anchor. Yeah, so this might be a good play, but I'd argue with how he did it. So if you're going to do this, I think you should play 10 to 7 to 4 to 1, and then think about where the last 3 is going to be. So it might be you'd have preferred to make the anchor rather than give up the midpoint. So I like Peter's style here, that he's not overstressing about making his defense. He's looking much more towards trying to win the game. I mean, in a way, he's sort of all in this position, that if black ends up winning the game, he's going to be 2 away, 9 away, which is an almost insurmountable lead. So white's playing it as though he's counting on winning the game and got to do everything he can to get there. So 2-4-6 combinations again. 3-1 is absolutely useless. So you can hit loose, and I think you have to do that. So yeah, you can make a priming play. That's interesting, but that leaves 6s to get out and 3s to anchor, 2s and 4s to hit at the bottom. So I think that's too much. The 3-2, you make the anchor and then worry about what else happens. Okay, so 7, 9, and 10 at the bottom. So you roll a 7, then you have to hit. So you've got some sort of a prime. Now you want to put some more checkers behind it. So swings and roundabouts with that play. He's pleased to hit, but unhappy about giving up the anchor. So this looks like 5-3. I think you come in on the 20 and then remake the 11-point again. So again, there's some danger of being attacked, but you don't want to let that worry you. 6-2, this is good. This is a good forward plan. And then maybe creep up with the back one, so now we can get him out. 5-4, that points on him. So as far as black's concerned, he's only got one checker being kicked around at the moment. So he can potentially escape that one. The 3-5 fans. So 2-3-4 makes the 4 point. So is this a 4-1? So I think maybe you switch plans here. So you make the barman the 20 points. So you can change your plan next turn depending on what dice you roll. I think this is a little bit too aggressive. So the problem here is that black with a lucky roll can get out of trouble. And that's not lucky, so he's got to play as safe as he can. So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. So we roll 6-2, so he hits with a 2. So that's the right priorities. I think I would go 11-5. Lots of other options, but I think really your plan is you want to make the 4 point and then worry about things. So 2-6 is brilliant. That gets out with a hit. Double 1, he's in and makes the 4 point. And I think you should make the 23 as well. And the last 2, I think you just shuffle at the top somewhere. So it's a setback for white, but black's still got an awful lot of ground to cover to get home. So double 6 is good for sure. So maybe you just make the 9 and the 7. I don't think there's anything safer than that. I think the alternative is you point on the 1 point. And that looks bad for later. So making the 9 and the 7, you leave some 8s, don't you? 6, 2, 5, 3, but that's all. And double 4. So 5 shots if you make the 9 and the 7, and I don't think you can do better than that any other way. So double 3, I think that's good. So you want to make the 20. You probably want another one there so that you've got one to run into the outfield next time. Yes, I think this is a bit dangerous. That's the problem is your board might break any second. So this is not perfect, but let's be able to find something that's reasonably safe. And this is just leaving double 6. If he goes closer, he leaves 6, 3 and 5, 4. So this was the potential problem I mentioned before, that white can't get anyone into the outfield. I think you should make the 23 point here to stop anything terrible happening, and then probably give up the 20 next time. Now, if you don't do that, then something horrible like this might happen. So now black, I think he's too good. I think he can try and limp home here, provided he doesn't leave any shots. So that didn't look legal to me. Perhaps I'm wrong. Or 2, he's in. And switch points again, or come out even. I think this is right. 5 and 2 to hit. 5 we can play safely. 2 we can play safely. Double 4. Wow. That's the only number that leaves a shot, and it leaves a double shot. Okay, so 1s and 2s, but nothing hits and covers. 5-4 doesn't hit or cover. The 20-11. Yep, where my subtraction goes. So has Black got enough to double now? I don't think he has. 4-2. Well, you've got to save the blot. So 6-2 and 3-1. Now White would like a 6-0. Always a difficult roll to get. So maybe you just keep the status quo as much as you can here and just play 11-4 and count on hitting first and then winning after that. I think the other play would be to run one checker off the 20. I think if you run the guy from the 21, then you simply just don't have enough hitting chances there when you've only got 1.4 away from him. The danger with breaking the 20 point is that you give Black more pick and pass numbers. So at the moment, you've got 3s will give you a shot and 5s will give you a shot. So I think the problem is if you leave the blot on the 20, then Black-White might be able to pick and pass. Right, so he's actually picked my play after some thought. 4-2, forced play. Okay, so he's off, he's forced. And 5-1, you pick and pass. Leave a few shots. 6-4, 5-4. 5-2 doesn't hit. If you stay there, you block 2-1, double 1, double 2, double 4, 3-1. 4-3 gets past safely. So 9-2. So now White's got to concentrate on saving the gammon, and it shouldn't be too difficult. So that's a good roll, played perfectly. Now I think Black should be cashing the game, and so does he. So 2 away, 9 away. So we discussed this sort of score last time. When your opponent's 2 away, you have to double hyper aggressively, that it increases your gammon price, decreases his gammon price, and you never worried about being recubed. Usually in backgammon, the thing that deters you from doubling early is the potential that your opponent will recube you. But when you know he can't recube you, there's no great loss in doubling early. I mean, if you lose this game and you're trailing 4-12, and you're 1 away, 9 away, so 3-1 makes the 5 point. 6-4 hits. 5-2 come in and hit. Number one is perfect. You come in, point on him, and split with the last one. Now I think Peter should be thinking of doubling next roll. 3-6, I don't think is enough to stop it. And that's 4. Yeah, so play the numbers face up is the usual rule. So 3-6, that looks like the best play, but white I think should still be doubling here. So he's got 3 back behind a 4 prime, and he's got some indirects, some pointing numbers. Yep. So he's going all in. I think Roland is right to take. He's still a long way from losing this game. Well, that looks like a good defensive roll. It's not what he was aiming for, but I'm sure he'll be happy to take it. It's 3-4. I think the 4 is saving the blot on the 10. And then I think you should be splitting. So the thing is, white's only got 9 in the zone at the moment, but the longer you leave the splitting, the more attackers he's going to have ready to wipe you out. So this is what we're seeing. The 5 comes down. So there's a 10th checker turned up. The 3-6 can't hit. He can make the bar or the 10 point. And so making the bar, that's good, but he's leaving a 1. So 1 hits is good. I think it's a bit too big to slot the back of the prime, but putting a builder on the 7 is good, as he thinks. 4-1, I was going to say it was a brilliant shot, but fortunately he's played it brilliantly. So 6-5, we jump the prime with all our checkers, I think. 8, 9, 11, 13, 15. Yeah, okay, so they're all white ones in the outfield. So this is fine unless black manages to get into the outfield and win that way. So I think he should play 24-21. Yep. You can make the 2 or the 3. Of the 2, I'd make the 3 point, but again, I'm drawn to getting into the outfield. Don't like that one. Maybe carry on with the front one. The 21 to 15 to 16. Yep. 3-1 can't jump the prime. Maybe 6 to 3, 8 to 7. And now white's got a chance if he can attack the blot on the 1 point. It looks like he's pointed on it. Yep. He could have tried 7 to 5 to attack on the 2 point, but I think he's well positioned to be able to do that anyway if he needs to. I think 7 to 5 Makes a bit more sense now. But turns out it wasn't necessary. So have we jumped the prime yet? Nope. Just 11 to 5. Wow, so that's awful. 2 comes in, but 3 has to leave a shot somewhere. That leaves 2 more blots. Double 1, come in, switch 3 to 2 twice. And I would play 8 to 7 here. I think that's just, we can afford to be a bit wild to try and get the gammon. It looks like something in a 1. No, 2, 4. Okay. 6, 5. And that jumps the prime with 2 of them. So if you carry on, you leave a direct shot, but you also make it very easy for him to get home. So at least this way there's a good return if you don't get hit. So you're leaving 8s and 9s. About 11 shots. It looks like he's rolled a 10. So the safe play is to clear the 7 point. So I think that's what you've got to do. Five 2 makes the 3 point. Now as white, we've got to hopefully lame home. 5 and 2 makes it. Double 1, or 2-1 rather. It doesn't cover the 4. So this looks an exciting roll. Double 6 is not very exciting at all. Yeah, so this looks right. So we're making maximum crossovers to get off the gammon, but at the same time trying to cover the point. And 6-1. He needs to move the back one round, and then 9 to 8. Yep. So again, we're kind of doing two things. We're trying to get off the gammon, but at the same time, trying to make the 4 point if we need to with the hit. So it looks like there's a fair chance of a gammon here. 2-3. You always go to the 6 point when you can. So the 3 should have been 21-18, but not much difference. But I think white's in too high a gear for black here. So too many pips, I think, to save this. So go all the way, or bring the other one out, whatever you prefer. Now you have to remember to save the backgammon here. Which he does. So he's just managed 2 crossovers. So double 6 will save it for black if he gets a chance. 6-5, very close. Right, so 11-8. And 8 is 5 away. Sorry, 11-8. I made it 11-8. He makes it 11-8. Good. Right, so 2 away, 5 away. Is 25% winning chances. So 5 away. Doubled gammon takes you to Crawford, so that would be your gammon price is quite high at this score. So Peter should be aiming for 1 or 4 points. So 6-2, he slots the 5. That's what we used to play 40 years ago. So it's good play at this score. Very impressed he actually knows this play. I don't think it's the best play, but actually to have it as a candidate, I think is very good. Not many players consider that sort of play at all. So x6, come in with the x and split with 6. So that duplicates 4s. And 4-2, you make the 20 point. You want to avoid getting gammon like the plague. I always think with these positions, when you've made the 20 point, the computer says you lose some gammons in this position, but I think you never lose any gammons unless you choose to, unless you actually come off the 20 point voluntarily. So 2-1, I think you make the 22. All right, so it's double 2. Right, okay, so he's deciding that he's going to make sure of his defense as well. So 5-4, 13-8, and 6-2 looks the best. So there's nothing particularly good. No, he's coming off the anchor. He's trying to explore these variations where he gets gammoned. And I'm not wildly enthusiastic about this. So 4-3, that hits and covers. So Peter seems to be in a very aggressive mood this game, and rightly so. So if you can fault him in this game, it's over-aggression. And that's perhaps the least bad of your sins. So he comes in and makes the 5. It's good. And the last one isn't particularly good. So 6-2 or 13-9, whichever takes your fancy. So Black's got the race lead, but he still hasn't made any inner board points. Well, that looks like the 5 point he can make. And I think this is right, but I wouldn't be sure. I'd look at making the 2 point and the 5 point. I think 2 of your 6s have to be 11-5, and then you decide what to do with the other ones. So I would go back to the starting position and play 11-5 twice and then think about it. So this leaves a 2-shot, and also white rolls a 1, means that he can cause some trouble later. So 2 is good, and 5, I think you come off the 21 point. So all the action's happening in the outfield now, so you've got to have a presence there. So 9-4 is a safe play, but now you've deserted the outfield. So 2-5 could come out, but he decides to stay behind and be attacked. So this I can't see. Looks like 6-1 maybe. So the 1 he can arrange his builders, and the 6 is good, comes into the outfield. And 3-1, lots of ways of hitting. Do we have to hit to defend ourselves? White has to hit with anything he can. So I would hit checker on the 10 point. Put another one behind your prime. One four, so that's horrible. So he comes in and exposes another blot. I think it's got to be 8-4 because the 3 is pretty firmly duplicated. So there's the double. So has he waited too long? It would be great to get 1 point and get to 2 away, 4 away. He hasn't waited too long. So 2 is a good start. So 4-2, maybe. Maybe just hit twice. It's very businesslike trying to win the gammon that way. Just double and then stop him playing again. So double 4 points on the 1 point. So this is sort of very much the sort of game that White wanted, that when it goes wrong, he's going to get gammons and it's going to cost him nothing extra. Is this another double 4? So if it is double 4, I think he should switch and play 6-2 twice, rather than allow black to anchor. I think it's an unusual play, but I think the score is dictating that you really go all in here. Problem is when black rolls a 2 like this, that he's got a game for a very long time. Yeah, so that looks right. Again, we're either trying to make the bar or the 3 point. So 1-4-6 is a good combination. 5 looks bad. Yeah, so get that guy out to the 18. If the other numbers are 1, then probably 7-6. Two, 3. And that's a genuine choice. I would enter with the 2 and play the 3, 6-3. But the spare on the 2 point shouldn't have any trouble escaping with 5s or 6s. So we've stopped any immediate catastrophe. Double 2 is not brilliant, but I think you make the 9 point is going to be useful for the long term. And now White's only got 2 escaping numbers. And might well be double 6. I would have got the 2 back ones out first and then worried about what happens next. But it might well have come down to this in the end anyway. Double 1, I don't mind that. And now White's got to find a way to limp home. So he'd like to roll a combination of 2 numbers 2 apart. So is it another double? Has he got double 3? If he's got double 3, he can just play round to the 9 point, would be perfect. So in this position, the 9 point is called the Cinderella point because it's 7 away from the anchor. And what that means is that whenever you leave a shot there, it's always going to be an indirect shot. So having this point further back means it's harder to get it home safely. You've got the point 7 away from the anchor. You've got lots of combinations to get your checkers home. So this looks like another double 6. So it's forced. So white's got a good game. Don't think he should get hit here. So I think he's probably got good chances to win the gammon. That's 6 and a big number. So he's forced to leave a shot. 5-1 misses. The 12, and I would go to the 7, yes. So the plan for black is to bear our checkers home without wasting any pips and then break the anchor. So that way we get most checkers, we avoid lots of gammons, but at the same time we pick up some shots when white rolls badly. So I'm not sure what he's doing here. The right play is to bring 2 into the 6 point. If this is double aces, yeah, you clear the back point, take 2 off. Maybe the threat of backgammoning him will scare him out ultimately anyway. So now black's wasting all his time trying to build up a strong board when he's probably never going to hit. So what you want to do in black's position is find plays that work in both variants. So ones that are good for saving the gammon, but at the same time not wasting pips. So you'd like to find plays that mean that you can win when you hit, but at the same time you can save a gammon when you don't hit. So now there's a question for black. Should he run out if he has the option to? I think you should stay there. That he's got 1s and 2s, leave 2 blots. And you can run out and just lose 4 points. But then you'll be trailing 2 away, 1 away. But there's not many numbers backgammon you here. I think the top play is 18 to 11. You don't want to make the 1 point yet, so because you might want to go back for a second blot. Yeah, so he's never going to save the gammon. If 6-5, he'd have got a single shot. So he's got 1s to hit and 2 3s. So he'd have missed anyway, so it's the same result. So Peter gets another 4 points. So now he's ahead 12 to 11 Crawford. So this is the famous gammon go, gammon save score. So I'm not going to say Peter's play was perfect in that game, but if anything, he veered on the side of aggression, which was the right thing to do given the score, and got him the right result. So now Roland is playing all out for the gammon, and Peter is playing all out not to get gammoned. So the general strategy is, if black gets the opening roll, he plays 2 off the midpoint or slots, whereas if white gets the opening roll, he splits with almost everything. So 2-1, he should be slotting. He's having a think about it, which is good. So I kind of get the impression he normally splits, but now he's saying that at this score, it's right to do slotting. There's 6-something. If it's 6-3, you go all the way because you duplicate 1s and 3s. So I don't know what he rolled then, but I do know he didn't play it right. So if he rolled 6-2, the right play was 13-7 and 6-4. 4-3, that's a brilliant shot. So now he's got the anchor at the edge of the prime, so that should avoid an awful lot of gammon losses. So 4-2, he makes the 20 point, that's good. Double 4, he comes in. I think if you're gammon go, you probably make the 9 point. Yes, I mean, this is great. You've got 3 of them that way, but you still haven't got a good 4th one. This, I think, you just play completely safe like this, yes. I mean, at the moment, the race looks quite close. So black's got a stronger board, so he would like some hitting, whereas on the other hand, white would like no more hitting for the rest of the game. So I think you pick past cover and make the 11 here. You can just play 13-9 twice, or you can make the 4 point and leave a shot, but I don't like leaving a shot. Yeah, so that's not a bad play at all. Might well be the best play. So 4-1. Yeah, so I think that's right. You want to get that checker out. And that though you can't do it, that's the starting point to getting it into the outfield. Yeah, so I think 5-1 is better, but this is certainly not too bad. 6-1 makes the bar. The 6-2, you have to come out with the 6. And then probably 5-3 is the only choice. And I'm not commenting on this move because I have no idea what the dice are saying. 6-2, so that's a good roll. So now we can get that checker somewhere useful. So I think Peter's handled this game quite well so far. That he's reached a position where he's not going to get gammoned. I think I would have just made the 3 point here, but there's not much wrong with this play. The 4-2 looks a very bad roll. Can clear the 5 points safely, but fairly confident that's not the right play. Maybe 2 off the midpoint is the right idea. And you leave 5s and 7s. But if you get white off the anchor, you're going to potentially win some gammons. Yeah, so this is safe, but pretty much means you're never going to win the game. So I'm the old-fashioned player that believe making the 5 point is good, and similarly giving up the 5 point is equally bad. Still, he's trying to prove me wrong by rolling a number to remake the 5 point. But not making it is criminally bad, I would say. So the score particularly is arguing for saying you want to have the strong board, you want to have the opportunity of getting lucky and winning a gammon. If the 5 point's open, it means when you get a lucky hit that your opponent will just come in and get off the gammon. Yeah, so that's a good play. He's got to make his run for home. Now white will attack if he can, but it appears he can't. So 2 down to the 10 and then 7 to 1, I think, is the best you can do. So you'll see the way this game has gone, that it's gone one way and another, but white seems as though he's never going to lose a gammon when he's got this advanced anchor. So black might win trying to come home safely, but as I say, there aren't any gammons when you're playing against this anchor. What happens is white just moves everyone else home, and when he's brought everyone else home, he'll break the anchor. And 5-4 is a very good shot, clearing the point safely. So now white is looking to make his run for it. So you can see if black rolls well here and points on this blot, so he's rolled a very good number. So 3-3 makes the 4 point and covers the 1. But even with this variant, you can see the other white blot is on the board and starting a run for home. So as soon as white comes in, he's going to pretty much get off the gammons. I wouldn't be sure about staying on the 5 point there. You're going to get more shots, but you're going to lose some gammons when you get hit, picked and passed. Well, I don't think there's any gammon, so I would come down to 4 checkers on the 6 point. I think risking 5-5 and 6-6 is a bit too much. So either close the board or come in, whatever you fancy. The 5-5 would be seriously embarrassing here. 5-3 is perfectly fine. Now we've got another one off. So now white's just got to run. There's no point staying because black's going to have enough off to win when he leaves the shot. So this looks like a single game for black, which will take it to DMP. So is this a late comeback by Peter? He's got 11 left against seemingly 11. Eleven to 8. 4-2 is 2 off. Double 2 looks brilliant. I thought he was going to have trouble clearing the 6 point, but he's decided to clear all the others first with doubles. It's a perfectly good plan. 4-3 is forced. So 7-3. You're going to need to roll a double very fast. So black has 10 pips. It's difficult to get less than that in 2 rolls. So double 2 is gin. So that takes us to DMP 12-12. So I've played lots of DMP matches in my time, and the thing I have learnt about them is that they turn backwards and forwards. So when you start the game and it doesn't go in your favor and you think that you've lost the match because of it, don't despair just yet, that there's usually 2 or 3 more turns to come. So 6-4, making the 2 point is wrong here because the gammons you win aren't worth anything. So I think the computer likes running most, but the normal splitting play is fine as well. So 6-3, not much use. So 24-18 is the only 6 we've got, and then you've got to play 13-10 rather than volunteer a double shot. So 10-9, white's very slightly ahead in the race. So 8, I think you just make the 3 point. You can save the blot on the 14, but I can't see how you can win backgammon games without points. 4-1 is useless. You can make the 9 point, which is a point, or you could play 24-13 is safe. So again, I'd advocate making the point. But, I mean, it's a fair argument to say if you don't leave any shots, you won't get hit. The 9 is a hitter. So now you can see white has got the worst of it. And we'll see how white can do in turning it round. So he comes in and he should make the 4 point and then find any 4th one takes his fancy. So this is a gamble. If black gets 2 even numbers, white will be in trouble. Without 2 even numbers, black's running scared. 3-1, he can make the 10 point and leave a single blot at the top, or he can make the 5 point and leave 2 blots, or he can make the bar point and leave 1 blot. Yeah, so that's a good play. So that leaves 3s and 11s. So 6-1, 7 and 5 is the top play. So you want to set about making the 5 point for the future. So the bar might seem like a good point, but it's not inboard. Yeah, so I don't like that play. That kind of turns some of the ones into good numbers. The double 2 doesn't seem to make much difference. So you make 2 points inboard with a hit. So this is rather feeble, I think. Problem is you give your opponent a bit more time to get a hit before you've finished winning the game. Yeah, so I don't like this again. I think 13-7 is the right idea. So the problem with this is black will get some good hitting numbers, but if he can't hit, he can just play safely. I think 2 down from the midpoint is just a safe option here. So now if white rolls a 4, he's back in the game. But I imagine black's got a race lead here, given the hitting. So I talked about these sort of positions a while ago, and I argued that what you should concentrate on as black is which is the hardest point to clear. So I think white may be racing here. Has he rolled a double 5? Yeah, so it looks as though white's 6 ahead at the moment. 6-1 is 11-5 is the best 6. And then maybe 8-7 gives us a bit more flexibility for the future. So that's not bad either. The next step for white is to get one of the 3 checkers off the midpoint so he can clear it next time. So again, I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with his play at all, but it's just small differences, should we say. So the 6 has to be 13-7. And if it's a 1, maybe 7-6, 6-5, 8-7 doesn't seem to achieve a lot. So he's still got 3 minutes left. I think it's possible to play this game in 3 seconds, but there's no reason why you shouldn't use the time. So 5-4, you play to the 5 and the 4 is good, or you can come down. So 5-1, why is he going there? Yeah, so this looks more sensible. So when you're bearing in no contact positions, you want to concentrate on getting checkers on the 4, 5, and 6. So that's why I was a little incredulous when he moved to the 3 point and felt that that was imperative. And this is 5-3, 13-5 is the top play. And this isn't bad. The idea is if you bring the checkers home and then you start rolling lots of 3s, you can always play 6-3 and 3 off, and then 6-3 and 3 off. 6-5 is 6, either 5. 6-2, that's okay. Might be 6-4 is better because the potential gap on the 4 point is worrying. So it looks as though it's going to be quite close, this race. All 3. Double 6, usually very good in races. Hi, just in time for the last game, Chris.
Ah,
So it looked as though it was a very close race, but then Black tried a double six, which seemed to work very well in the race.
That's a surprise.
I know there's a position in Ray Kershaw's book where he's constructed a position where double six is less good than double three in a race, I think.
Yeah.
But for us mere mortals, the double six is what we aspire to.
I think white needs two of them. Oh, well, there's the first. Now what have we got? We've got 5 against 6. Black's still favourite.
I would say I would back the first player to roll a double six from now on.
Yes. Or double 5, possibly.
Yes.
That would be it.
Right, so very exciting match. Right, so what's going on at the moment? Do we know when the next match is, or is there anything in the interim for us to have a look at? I guess with this setup that you can't easily switch between things.
No.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Ah, the famous David Brown.
Yes, Richard Carter I know as well, that I've given him some lessons in the past.
Name rings a bell as well.
There's a couple of Carters, but I think he's the one who's based in Birmingham.
Right.
Yes, okay, so I will disappear for a minute and then
Yep.
be back with you.
See you shortly.
And if there's a 16 cube in the interim, then so be it.
Players.
So, Chris, since we're watching these two,
Yeah.
I think it means they're both 1-1. So
Right.
whoever wins this match will go through to the last 8 tomorrow, but whoever
Okay.
loses will go into the consolation.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, so it's kind of like this day, the third round is the most important.
Mm.
So, you can get knocked out beforehand when you can qualify, but at least in the third round,
Yeah.
your fate is entirely in your own hands.
Yeah. I shall be with Mr. Brown this time next week because he will be at the Cotswolds and so will I.
Oh, right.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I didn't know David went there.
Yeah, no, he goes every year, pretty much.
Yeah, so one of my students goes there, Nick Ray.
Mr. Ray, I know him well because he's the captain of the Cumberland.
Yes.
Hmm.
So unfortunately, he's lost a player. There was someone died a couple of weeks.
Oh, Alan Breeful.
Yes.
Yeah. He wasn't very well, and then he wasn't at all, unfortunately.
Yes, it's a little worrying that all the people we know as backgammon players seem to be dropping off.
Yes, that is a slight problem. It will shortly be 7 years since Paul McGreal died.
Wow.
A date I tend to remember.
Right, well, the players seem to
We
have
have
turned up.
players.
They've got
Players
their
are always
electronic
good.
devices to control the dice.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to play the other way around this time. I prefer it commentating when people bear off to the right.
So I know David Brown is a fairly fast player, isn't he?
He's phenomenally fast. He won the tournament in Julian, South France last year. And unfortunately, his partner had been taken into hospital, and they played the fastest ever final that I've ever watched. Yeah, David's fairly fast. I don't know about Richard. David never uses his allotted time.
So yes, I remember in Monte Carlo one year that Paul Gilbertson got taken to hospital. So his care was paid for by his American Express card. So essentially, he passed out through heat exhaustion and seemed to have 24-hour nursing care all the time he was there.
That must have been a little bit pricey. Right, they have shaken hands. We have
yes, so as I say, it was under the American Express guarantee.
Ah, okay. So David is white, Richard is black.
Okay.
Opening roll is 6-3, played in a standard method.
Right.
Let's see how.
One.
Double one. Is it double one? Yeah.
Make the 5-point hit and then make the 7-point.
Yeah.
So it seems to be perfect play so far.
Yeah, and perfect play from David to make the anchor. So now black will want an advanced anchor, and there it is. It's an easy game backgammon when you roll well, I think.
Yes, so 24-20 twice and probably 13-9 twice, I think.
Brilliant. Oh, these boys know how to play. 1, 2.
Yeah, you can see how they got there.
Yeah.
How did they lose a match is the question.
Well, now is that the right? That probably is the right.
That's
other 2 6s, but played it quickly. I would have looked at 15 to 9 twice.
Yes, yes, as you say. So that's the kind of move that you expect to be right.
Yeah, because if you play 15 to 9 twice and you don't get hit, you've got a very strong position. Now it's going to be a while before white can double because his checkers are not well placed.
Yeah, and he's got this difficult 15-point to clear.
Yeah.
So as far as black's concerned, we want to slot the 4-point here. Nothing terrible with this.
I don't mind this. I mean, it dissuades Brian, and actually it's turned out well because now he's left a shot this time.
Yep.
So rather than last time, obviously,
I don't think you can double on the come.
No.
Especially if he hasn't left the blot. Yeah, so playing safe looks so horrendous here.
Yes.
Maybe you clear the 15 and give one more shot.
Well, yeah. So I hadn't done the count, but anyway, it'd have been hit either.
4 hits either way. Yes, it's a good choice.
And you'll press on with the 4 so that 6s aren't good.
So then I think we think about doubling depending on where the white blot ends up.
Yeah.
And now I think we double.
That looks quite good. That's certainly, yeah. I think
I mean, we can win by
knowing David, I think he'll.
Or we can win by stopping him escaping via the 21 point.
Yeah.
So I would vote for a pass here.
Yes, indeed. So would I. And that was exactly what has happened.
So I think the lesson from that game is that David's game fell apart when he stopped rolling doubles. It was all going smoothly up to that point.
Yes, but the key point is the double 6, where he took no time at all to make play.
Yes,
Whereas
yes.
if he'd studied the possible resulting positions, he might have made the right play.
Unnatural play.
And he'd have had a winning position.
Right, so 4-1 slots. So I quite like people making these imaginative plays. So it was so good, he's going to do it again next roll.
Yeah.
So
You don't slot when you're ahead, but it turned out nicely. Next the 4 point. So the 4, 5, and 6 points together are known as the rack because they exert immense pressure on the recipient. Oh, that's a great roll.
yes, so that's filling the gap in the middle of
that
the
equalizes the position, basically.
Yeah, so it's Black's almost rolled a double 6. He's 5 pips down on the double 6, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't played 13-8.
So,
2-6 is a hit.
yeah. And the 6 is awkward. So H2 is very ugly. 13. They all leave double shots except the hit 7 to 1.
Yep. So there's no alternative, then it's got to be right.
Yeah. So 1's fine. Probably play 14-11 with the 3. It could come
You
up.
can come up as well, so I don't have any strong feeling.
1 and 4 again is very awkward. 6 to 2, and think. Probably, well, there you go. That's called Instacube where I come from.
Yes, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence with this one. I'm not 100% committed either way. I think I would give it up.
The trouble is with white's position, black's position, is that it's taken. And it was a very big drop according to XG. It was a
Right.
blunder and a half. Because how is Black going to win?
Yes.
And also, if Black had an anchor, it would be very different. And you always think as the defender here that, yes, oh, I'm bound to make an anchor very shortly, but now he's not going to make an anchor. The question then is, so he's going to play it as a holding game.
Yes, but the question is, are you close enough in the race to be get enough winning chances from that?
Yeah, and here Black's home board allows White to do pretty much anything. I would not hit, I'd just cross the checker, I should think.
Yes.
But there you go, I'm rolling it.
There's a flaw in David's game, is that there's maybe too much hitting.
Yeah. And, as we discussed at the start, his speed of play doesn't allow for analysis.
Yes, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? So if you have an algorithm that says always hit, then you can probably play quite quickly.
Yeah. Now, I assume he's not going to run away because he's miles behind in the race.
Well, I was thinking you've got to get out from there.
Well, okay, now you're reliant on the holding game.
Yes, it's the goalkeeper was too far off his line, if I put it that way.
Okay, well, new game. 1, 2. It's just going to make the ace point.
Yes, I mean, he could have left one on the midpoint, but not a big swing.
6-1. You don't need to make the ace point. You need to prepare for the bear off, so that's not the one I would have chosen.
Yes, good point.
6-2.
So I would cover the blots here.
So you can probably make the 2 points just to keep White honest. I think.
I mean, it's if you don't cover them, he's going to have opportunities to clear the midpoint.
Yeah. Yep, so makes the 3 point. Okay. So Black's got the better timing. Of course, he's losing at the moment.
Yes, I mean, I always feel with these, it's kind of like...
There you go.
Yep, that's end of game pretty much.
Yeah. Now, there's not much thinking to be done here. 6-1 is White's only bad roll. 6-3 is not a bad roll. This will be a single game, I would predict.
Yes. And this is just the sort of position where you don't need any thinking.
No. Even played badly, Black should save the gammon.
I think perhaps I need to tone down my optimism a bit, because I was thinking Black had more chance of winning than he did of being gammoned.
Yeah. Right, how are we doing? 5-3. We can shortly reset the checkers.
Now that one, I think you should have played 6-4.
Yes.
On the basis that it's saved more gammons.
Oh, there's the gammon save.
Well, that's very much what we expected.
Yeah. Oh, here you go. Follow that up with 6-6, and who knows? What was that?
3-1, the double miss.
Yeah, no. Black is alive, but the patient is hardly breathing. And 4-1. Yeah. The only roll that gives Black a chance is 6-6. Good try, got half of it right. And there you go, that's the end of that one.
Okay, so 2-1, still early days.
Richard has used 1 minute and 25 seconds, and David has used 43 seconds. I will repeat what I said earlier. I do not believe you can play very good backgammon very quickly. A few people in the world can.
Yes, there are some
being
people. So
the main.
there was one of these online people. He organised a match with two players who were notorious for playing quickly, and I think they had to pay a $6 penalty for every second they used more than.
Oh, that was Justin Knowles' thing, yeah.
Right. So yes, I couldn't watch that. It was too fast for me.
No, but Zdeněk Ziska, who won that, currently is the subsequent UBC champion.
Yep.
Didn't pay a single dollar in penalties, while his opponent paid about $1,500. Yeah.
Right.
So it's not a format of the game that I would want to play.
No, it probably favours those under 50. Right. So black should double this.
This is a clear double.
So I've looked at positions with double six and a point in board, and it's certainly, if you've got the 5 point, it's a good double.
Yeah.
And the question is really how much white has done to defend.
Yeah.
So he hasn't made a point in board.
Black hasn't got an anchor. Yeah. But he has got the 11 point.
Yeah, so he's given it up, and I think that's probably right. I think the problem for the black's got 3 different game plans open.
Yeah.
The double six has given him a race lead, so going into a race will work. He's got 4 points of a prime, so that's a good plan, and he's got 10 in the zone to blitz.
Yeah, I just slap that quickly into XP mobile. It's very close to a take, but it's not, because you haven't got an anchor. It is not a take. So 4-1. Yeah,
okay, so white started with 5-3 and made the 3 points, and black made the bar.
Run away.
5, yes. So blitzing, it would be a distraction here. You haven't got enough to attack.
That's an ugly roll. 5 down if that's your one. Ooh, this is David's hitting technique coming to the fore again.
Yes. No, well, we said last game
panic there.
Wasn't too much hitting.
Yeah.
And what do we got? 8s, 10s, or
That's
5
what we call a field goal in the trade.
Well, we can make the 5 point.
Can make the 5 point, but
I tell my students that's often a good thing to do.
You can play it safe. You play 13-7, 11-8. Because white's position is not that bad. 15, 18 points.
Yeah, that's not terrible. I mean, that's good upside if he doesn't hit you, and if he does hit you, then he's not making the point in board.
Yeah.
And that's provoking the crisis.
Oh, that's a nice number. Going to come in on the 5 and make the 11 point.
Yes.
Yes, he's going to be pummeled, but his opponent's only got a 2 point board. I don't think realistically you can play bar 23, 11, 6 here. It's just too ugly.
Yeah. No, so the 11 point is good for blocking the potential anchor on the 20 point.
Any roll with a 2 in doesn't hit, so now you can hit and then make your opponent's 5 point. Or you can play it completely safe. But he's behind, so he needs to hit.
Yes, no, I agree with you. So now black's got the 11 point. If you anchor on the 20, you've got a good defense when you get return hit.
Yeah. And I think this is way too passive.
Yeah, so I think you're probably behind in the race, aren't you?
And here, yes, you would have been hit, but there would have been chances to make. In fact, it didn't keep a small goalkeeper in the other board.
Yes, yeah. So it's shortening the zone of contact.
Yeah.
So
now this has become a race in due course.
Right. So I guess we need to count.
Now we need to think. Yeah. 3, 2. So it looks like 132 plays 145. So that's probably not enough. Not enough to double.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
No, it's
We've
not
got lots of
terrible.
landing spots from the midpoint.
I've got a series of positions for next week, so that's the Cotswolds. You tend to need to be about 15 pips ahead in these.
Yes. So I mean, I
but
think
it's close. Yeah.
Kit Woolsey said about these sort of positions that you need to be 2 or 3 pips better than you would be in a race to double.
So XG has this as a double. Okay. By a small amount. So
Yeah,
good
so
double, good
wouldn't-
take. Yeah.
Wouldn't say it was a mistake to double or not.
No. And modern players double much more quickly than you and I did in our youth.
Yes.
And the computers have shown that doubling early is correct. Much more than we ever thought 20 to 30 years ago, where the cube was frozen to the board. 1, 2, 3, and start the point. Yeah. So he must have caught up a bit. Oh, that's awkward because you can't bring the checkers down off the midpoint.
So I think you probably clear the 9.
Clear the 9 point, which makes another inner point in a home board point. He's got quite a few spares.
Actually dangerous, all these stripped points in the outfield. So Falafel had a word for these. He called them islands.
Yeah. Well, he's not exactly racing home, is he?
No.
You can play 6 to 3.
Yep.
Or you can look at 6 to 4, 3 to 2. But this is probably okay. There will be very little to choose between the two moves. White's going to have to give up the midpoint.
Yep. So now we might want to leave the shot on the midpoint while this.
Oh, now these two can.
They come down safe.
Break contact
Yep.
safely. 33, 57, 71, 95, 104 for black.
107 for white.
Yeah, so it's very close.
Yep. So these positions, I think, generally, this is what you want to have as black, because you can choose to lose the 11 point, and you can say, well, if I go ahead in the race, I'll play a race.
Yep.
But if I fall behind in the race, then I can attack the one on the 20 point that hasn't run out.
Yeah.
So you kind of keep all your options open for a while.
Yeah.
Whether you want to be racing or hitting or containing.
Hang on, I've lost the. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, so he's rolled another double 3.
Right.
So I don't like the 4 to 1 bit. I think you've really got to take your chances and say, I'm going to make a run when I've got a 5-point board.
This doesn't make any new points.
Yeah, so 11 to 7.
Yeah, I think so. Ready to attack if white goes.
Yeah, or make a new point next time if he doesn't run.
Yeah. And again, at least pausing for thought.
Well, he's going to have to speed up a bit because he's used a couple of minutes already.
Good heavens, yeah.
No, I mean, I looked at some other options, but they're more counterproductive, I think, rather than anything.
No, I think 11-7 is pretty much the best play here.
Because it looks a bit silly having 3 on the 3 point, but it looks worse having 3 on the 2 point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. 4-3 makes a point. Game is reaching a climax. We will see who blinks first in a minute. Five and 2 just makes. Oh, sorry, that's white's roll.
Yes, so we can close the board.
Yeah, quite. So now you've got a perfect board.
Repair the damage we did before.
Yeah. 6-2, only one play.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now I think you've probably got to run whatever you roll.
Do you roll?
3-1.
Okay. Could have
Probably
gone.
not the best running play. 6-2
Well, now he's
looks
going to
like
get a
shot.
shot. So,
Make the one is minimum shots.
yeah, make the one and also keep the block on double
Yes,
six.
yep.
So he's given the cube. So it's 11-3 is not right. It just leaves more numbers. So
Yes, I mean, the problem with that is if he doesn't hit you, you're going to save your blot on the 11 and he'll get into a race.
yeah. Not a 2. So black continues to live.
4-3, we can cover the 2 point.
Yeah. So 7-4. Yeah. This
Yes, and try not to hit as
the
well.
white may well be forced to go now, but not yet. Okay. So will black roll an awkward 6? No, he won't.
So, well, I would venture to suggest was his best number.
Yeah. So do you go with 2 here? Probably your board's.
Yes, I mean,
it'll be
we've got
very
a lot of
close.
swing and there's no bad numbers at the moment, is there? So it looks like black's going to win this one after a few sticky moments.
Yeah.
He'd have happily called the game off when he left the 2-shot.
Yeah. Oh, David's used 1 minute and 23 seconds. He must be slowing down. He's probably not going to concede yet. He's taken a checker off, so again,
Now, I remember George Solomursky's line about conceding, where he said that you wait until it's mathematically impossible, and then you take one more roll in case you miscount it. I always thought that was a comment of a consummate professional who never gave anything away at the game.
He's sadly missed. He passed away towards the end of COVID, but not of COVID. Technically still possible. It's still technically possible. Oh, what did he roll there?
Double 1.
Oh, right. Okay. I misread it. Okay. 5 rolls win for David. And now he's just warming them up. Oh, 6-4. Right. So 4-2 to Richard.
Right. So 2-0 lead to 11.
Yeah. They're still even resetting the checkers at high speed. David normally has headphones on to block out any noise. I don't know whether he's got them on today.
Yeah, it's difficult to see. I mean, he's got a silly hat on.
Yeah, he always wears a hat as well.
I noticed in the LA tournament, it seemed to be about half the people wore hats indoors.
It's an American habit.
Yes.
Yeah. So 6-3 followed by double 4. Well, this is nice and easy to play.
Yes.
2 down to up.
9.
Yeah. Black with a slight edge.
So 16
White
to
can
9.
anchor, if you
Or
can.
2. Yep.
This is clear.
That's almost level pip count. Questions whether you hit with the 5.
And now you just slot the 4.
Yep. Perfect.
So this is a mutual holding game. We're already just waiting for someone to roll a double, basically, because the standard technique is to build a board and just wait for a nice number.
Yes, one thing I regret is I referred to these as boring games. And it's not nice to talk about any backgammon game as boring, but this is about as close as you can get to it.
Yeah. As you can see, the moves largely play themselves. I would have started the 3-point there so as not to strip the midpoint, but that's a minor
Yes,
point.
no, I agree with you entirely. I'd like to get the good 6-1 to make the bar still.
Yeah, and now he's going to let the 9-point go. Unless he decides.
It's always a compromise, isn't it? That you're trying to make points, but at the same time, you need something to move next turn as well.
I saw this as a possible play, but then you will want to remake the 6 point a bit later on, and one of those points will be going next time anyway.
Yeah. So it's this idea that if you clear the 9 now, at least you've got something to play next time.
Yeah, we've got a couple of spares. White, because he made that strange play with a 5, has got less options for the next roll than he would have had if he'd been slightly more accurate.
Yes, I mean the 3s are not very good, are they?
No, this one's all right as it happens. 3-2.
So I think the other thing that happens, what we're seeing in this game, is that they do actually get to be interesting games when no one has rolled a double for a long time.
No, then there's big decisions.
What I call
when
a
you
collapsing
should,
holding game.
Yeah. Make the 2 point, probably.
Yes, either that or just go to the 1.
Yeah. Now make the 2 point on the other side.
I'm not mad keen on the 2 point for black because our 6s are then bad.
Like this one, you mean?
Yes.
So white strip everywhere, so black shouldn't volunteer. So yeah. Now, who's going to roll the first awkward number? That makes
1 point, doesn't it?
You can make the 1 point, or you can come off the 8 point. But I think this is better. Yeah.
Yes, as you said, that it's a question who's going to leave the shot first.
And now he's probably going to.
You can run the back one and dupe 3s, can't you?
10, 6, 4, 3s and 3s. So who's winning the race at this point?
Or you
winning
could cover
the
the
race.
3 point is good as well.
Yeah.
I would have the minimum shots would be my thinking.
Well, it's not only minimum shots, but it's also how many hidden covers there are. So this is be interesting to see how long he takes over this play.
Yeah, so leaving the double shot in the outfield, white can hit and cover with some 5s, but he can also roll a 1 or 2 and pick up the blot.
So he's now looking at both plays, obviously.
Yeah, so it's as we were saying before, nothing happens for a long time in these games, and then suddenly the crisis arrives.
Yes, putting this into XG, anything other than this move is a blunder. Yeah.
So this is the top play, it says.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Now, and because you have the board, you've put the checkers where you want them.
Yeah. So when you get a hit,
on
you
your
win.
opponent. And now, if white rolls a 3, black rolls a 3, he's looking good. If he rolls a 5, he's still all right.
Right. Yep.
Now, do you come out with a 2?
I don't think you need to. I mean, you've got so many ways of getting out that I wouldn't like to give him a hit and cover for the moment.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you want him to come to you a bit first.
What's he roll? 4-3.
Yep, which is useless.
Yes.
So I guess the next turn, black's going to bring a spare off the 20 point, and you've got to figure out how you can respond to that. And there doesn't seem to be a remedy to it. So 8-1, I think, is the only sensible play here.
You've got 8-4,
18-15. So then you get 10s. Isn't too bad. Yeah, that's might well be better. So 3 10s is not too many hits, is it?
No, it isn't.
If you can get away with 3 shots in this position, I think you're doing very well.
Yeah. XG concurs. She doesn't like this play. 1. Well, now what's the race? It's going to be very close. But black is certainly winning the race at this point, so this seems entirely logical. So now, do you make well?
Yeah. So you play 5-1 is the third one, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you think about the other one. In fact, so now is I quite like this because the lone check on the 20 point is holding white.
Yeah, so now white chose to break his board, then black can look for trouble.
So white can play 18, 13. Hello, right, okay. So he's leaving a 9, which hasn't been hit. So black's going to come off the 20 point.
Yep. So 6 out, and then probably 4-3 or 2-1.
Yeah.
So yes, leaving the blot in front of the point is not too bad, because white's going to leave 2 blots when he hits it, isn't he? No, so this is, I think, a bit too dynamic. So he can give 3s and 3s and 3s.
Yeah, that's Mr. McGreal would call that duplication for duplication's sake, I think.
Yes, 1 blot is a good idea with the boards of this strength.
I want to say 6-1. I think just 20 to 14, 2 to 1, or 4 to 3.
Agreed.
Probably 2 to 1, so you've got some 3s next time.
Yes, but it's slightly worse for the bear off, so I'm staying on the fence with that.
The cube is still in the middle, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see, the race is about 7 or 8 pips, I guess. What have we got?
So can hit, but lots of returns.
4-1. No, 4-2, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think you probably have to try this.
5 is
Well,
in
it's going
and
to
out.
be the 6, and it's going to come out.
Yep.
Yeah, not much choice again.
So
So white
white
picked up 6 pips in the race there.
white might be able to double now.
Yeah, he's not even thinking about it then. You hit with a 2 and come in with a 3.
Yeah, or you could make the midpoint if you think you're enough ahead.
Yes.
I think you're right with the hit,
Yeah.
that you maybe hit and safety the same one, so you just leave 4 shots.
Yeah.
I think white's getting close to a double, isn't he? So it's kind of like you don't want to let the game swing against you before you get the cube in.
Has he played any of this?
No.
No.
I mean, one option is to make the midpoint, but I think that's far from the right idea. So as I said, my play is hit and then 8. So 13, 11, 11 to 8.
Yeah.
Some of the time when we hit him, he'll stay on the bar, is my theory.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Did he? I just made the point.
Yeah, so the downside, I thought, was that
Yeah.
with some of the 2s, that black could clear the back point.
Yeah. Whoa, 5-5. Looks to be quite good. 6-1. What's the race? 24, 32, 44, 50, 54, 57 for black.
Yeah, I think the pip count is going to be favouring black.
The pip count's not true, is it?
Much more wastage for white. And having said that, now he's got the double.
Now he's rolled double 3.
Back in the pips as well.
And again, you should stop for a minute while you're playing this sort of game, and then work out where you're going to cube, what the current race is. I mean, it looks obvious that white is slightly ahead here, but that may not be the case. Yeah.
We
You
want
don't
to up 5,
don't get the chance to
10,
stop.
10.
Right, what have we got? We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 8 checkers each. Black on roll. He's rolled 3, which means he's missed.
Yeah,
Now
so
stop and
this you
think,
have to double
David,
now.
please. Okay.
So why didn't he double that? I mean, the cube's in the center. It's not like you're redoubling or anything fancy.
Oh. I think this is probably right. Now,
Now you can't double.
no, you can't double because any 2 is an immediate loss.
Yep.
Now, next time it'll be double pass. Just, I think, 5, 2. So what rolls miss? 3, 1, 3, 2. That's not enough.
No, agreed. Well, maybe it's close, isn't it? Because it's 14 in 2 roll positions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying you've got, what was it? 2, 1, and 3, 2.
2, 1, 3, 2.
What about 3, 1? So where was the
2,
black?
1, 3, 1. Yeah, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 2. That's 6 numbers. Yeah. That's
Yeah, so
15% plus the 14. Yeah, it's a take. It's double and take. Well, just right when you put that into this wonderful machine, it will tell you that it's a double and a take. And it's a massive blunder to drop.
Right.
Mm.
He shouldn't play so quickly, should he?
No.
It's a very good double, though.
Yeah, but it's my standard gripe about all the matches I watch and commentate on is that everybody plays too quickly. And I will continue to go on about it. So this can be played safely.
So that looks good.
Yeah.
You've got a race lead. You want to race.
6, 2. It looks like 2 down.
Yes, or slot the 5. I think 2
Yeah.
down is.
I like the 2 down a bit more. I know slotting the 5 duplicates to 4s, but I do like my 11 point.
Yeah, so it's good to activate
Right.
those
So
checkers.
now you're gonna, yeah.
Right, so 1s, 3s, 8s.
What, did he not hit? You didn't.
No, he didn't roll a hitting number.
I thought you rolled 4, 5.
Yes, so he had a 6 to hit.
Oh, okay. Sorry. How many of these has he played?
He's played 3, so he's played 13, 10 hitting, 8 to 5 twice.
Right, and he's now going to make the buck.
I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
And the 11 points looks a bit out of play now, doesn't it?
Mm.
No, we can make the 8. Remake the 8 is my vote.
Yeah.
Oh, we can hit as well.
Oh,
There's a hit.
Yeah.
Well, you always hit.
Yes. Put the second checker back. If white hits back, white's got a blot in board. So barring double 4.
Yep.
So here's going to make the 2 points, I think. There's no sense.
Yes,
There is no hit.
sense.
So black now needs to tidy up this rather ugly structure. So
We can remake the mid.
remake the mid, safety the blot on the 8, and
Yep.
see how things pan out.
Yes, good plan.
Or you can do this, and you could. What are you going to do?
Leave
Do
lots of
this.
blocks.
You can duplicate 1s.
Yeah, I don't think this is the right plan. I think
Yeah,
generally when you try and prime 6,
Yeah.
5 points or 4 points, it's not a very high success rate.
yeah, I like this.
I don't see enough upside in this, is my view.
Yeah, okay. 5, 4. Going to hit twice. Move 2. Black has no anchor, but he still has that 4-point prime.
Yes, absolutely true.
Yeah, 1, 2 is a great roll. So his plan, Black's plan has not yet come off. One, if he could owe for one.
Yes.
It's quite difficult now. How are we going to play the rest of it? You can play 7 to 5 twice and then 5.
Yeah, I think just 11 to 5.
11 to, oh, sorry, of course. Obviously, I'm falling asleep. Right, this is logical now.
Well, that's why there's 2 of us.
Yeah, indeed. Double 2 to make the bar.
Yeah,
So
and that
wait,
will be a winner. It's close to a winning position.
double 2 again. It looks like it's just got to swap the 3 point.
Yep, nothing
Now,
else.
has White got anything? Well, White, David certainly thinks so. So he's got the better anchor, the better prime, because it's 5 points, not 4. And Black is
Yeah, it's a good double.
Black is certainly in danger of running out of play.
Yes, I would take this as Black. Was my feeling.
Yes.
We've got him behind our 4 prime, and he's got to jump it pretty fast.
Yeah.
And the 5 point open 5 point at the top is an enduring problem. So as long as we don't roll a 6 as Black, we can shuffle things around for a bit, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a good double.
It is a good double, and again, you need to take your time to think your way through it. And he is doing. And he dropped. Okay. See if I can quickly recreate that position. And it's a huge take. As you said, Julian.
Well, yes. I mean, I think the thing with these is you've got to look at the good bits and the bad bits and figure what's the difference between them, rather than just say, well, that bit's good for him and that bit's good for him, so I've lost.
Yeah. And there are many ways of winning the game. When you hold that anchor, you could occasionally fall into that game. The 2 point anchor gives you equity till the end of the game. So, and there are many rolls to go at this point.
Yes. Okay, so it's 4-4, so it's 9 away,
4-4,
9 away.
9 away.
And they both rolled 2 1s.
5-3 or 3 something.
Yes. Like a 6.
6. 24. We've had this opening once already.
Yes, yes, so he got it right last time.
Yep, and he's done it again. Well done. 6 is clear.
Last time David rolled a 6-0.
Yeah, and now we're back into the mutual holding game sketch.
Yep. Or 3, so I would hit here.
Hit and go.
Yes, hit and run.
Gives you
What I do in the high street.
a nice advantage in the game. You're ahead in the race. You've only got 1 check back. Your opponent's rolled a fairly useless number. No double, but Black's going well in this position. And you can play this very simply. So,
Yes.
Mr.
I was wondering
Mr.
if you rolled
Kageyama
2-5, whether you'd hit en route or not.
Yeah.
So we're doing well, but we've got to make a few more steps forward before we can double, I think.
Yes. That's rubbish.
Yeah, so 8 to 1.
8 to 1 is the only play that doesn't need a shot.
So when I talked about taking steps forward, this is definitely a step backwards.
Yeah. Going on at the slot. Standard backgammon. The question is, can Black produce something useful? No. Is the answer to that particular question. So it's going to be.
Yeah, what can we play here?
Well, you can hit 13-3. You can play.
Yeah, the 8 points, but
8-2,
a bit suspicious.
A bit ugly, isn't it?
I'm glad it's his choice and not mine.
If you hit, then 1s and 3s are duplicated all over.
Yeah, yeah. No, so that's you're selling me on the idea.
Yeah.
So the other thing is we're keeping all our assets that way.
Yeah, you keep the mini block. Yeah. Hello, and has gone 8-2-8-4.
That's what I thought of.
Yeah, well, it's minimises shots, but makes the coming home very much more difficult. That the hit would have worked because the 3 would have hit back, but
Yes, there's 6-5, 13-2, isn't it?
yep. Now White's board is damaging enough. And David will think about doubling this. No, he won't. Apparently, 5 and where's the other dice? Oh, is that 5 and 5?
5 and 5.
Right.
Yeah, so that looks a good plan, giving up the midpoint, freeing a couple of checkers up.
Yeah. Black needs to get his house in order. That's well,
We can hit and cover.
hit and cover, but yeah, because otherwise
Well,
it's
I'd be
a double
tempted
drop.
to drop no matter what we play.
Yeah, White's now pretty well ahead of the race. Yeah.
So this is all the fours.
All the fours,
3,
some
1,
three,
3,
and
2,
a lot
1,
of
2.
gammons. Yeah. And basically, how does Black put Humpty Dumpty back together? Now,
Yeah, so
I
this
don't
I
like
think
it.
is horrible take.
That take is too big, way too big. You lose too many gammons. Because even if White misses, getting those 4 checkers home off the midpoint is really not going to be very easy.
Yeah, so it's interesting contrast. So the 2 games he passed, you know, that there was absolutely no gammon risk whatsoever. You know, so it's going to be some mathematical argument whether you take or pass. But here it's kind of like this is a time you can lose the match in one roll.
Yeah.
So he's taking a photograph of it, so I think he's going to have it engraved on his gravestone.
Yeah.
What do we say? 4s is 11 shots.
So what's the roll? 5-1.
1.
Now you should be able to see how difficult this is going to be for Black. That's a good roll. Okay, 13-9, 6-3.
Yep.
Have some structure.
So yes, we needed a point in the 3rd quadrant, as I call it.
Yeah.
So as you say, I think you've made a good point that there are about half the numbers hit, and now you've survived the first roll, that you've got equality at best, shall we say. So I think he's looking at racing. That was one option. I initially thought this play was obvious, but presumably there was something else. Oh wow,
This play is obvious. Right.
Yes.
So now if White doesn't safety that block, it is under threat. And he safetied it. Yeah. He's going to play 7-1 with the 6.
Yeah.
6-1.
5-1. I don't think we can leave any shots.
And
Giving up the 6 point.
yeah. So 6-5, 6-1. This was a big play because when you get hit, you lose a lot of gammons. But this way,
Yes, so he's survived 2 and a bit shots already, hasn't he? So now you have to play safe. I can't.
they say 8-2, 6-1. 9-3, 6-1.
Yes. So you can leave a shot on the midpoint, but that's double 6 and double 3. Death, aren't they? He really seems keen on leaving shots. Why does he leave a shot
Why
every
would you
roll?
leave it? That's it gives your opponent 11 really excellent numbers for no benefit whatsoever. Please don't play 13. Thank you. Well, this could equal the Napoleon's escape from Elba. That's probably right.
Yes, so that makes a lot of the sixes
Yeah,
look bad.
a lot of sixes leave double shots. Not that one. Double six. So now this is a true holding game. First person to roll a six, except that one again, is at a disadvantage.
Yes, but on the other hand,
yeah,
he played,
17
has
numbers.
he rolled his 2 double sixes too early?
Yeah. If he's awake, he'll roll another one. 5. What?
5-3.
Why do you do that?
That's the only way to leave a shot.
Yes. Why on earth would you do that? Well, this is right. So now we're down to a race. Black on roll. Slight
Yes,
edge,
so
obviously.
15 crossovers each.
Yeah. Yeah, Justin Knoll would not like Richard's approach to plot leading.
Yes, yes.
3, 2.
Now I think these you have to wait till it's 4 roll positions, don't you, before
Yes.
you redouble.
Indeed, with no misses. And, that's a very good roll for black. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 11. So 9 versus 9 checkers. This is a 5 roll position. It's 4 all. White's pip count needs to be adjusted because of the spares all over the place. Or sorry, the 4 extra.
Yes, I was trying to figure out who I thought had the better position.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure that out. So the gap on the 1,
Yeah,
bad, but not terrible. So where are we now? 7-7.
23 plays 19. The cube is over here.
So they can both miss once. So he's decided
Be
to
very
wait.
close, but yeah.
He's got his miss out the way.
Now, what's that? 3-1. 1. So black is
6.
yeah,
So black can roll 2 1s or 2 2s, or white can roll
also
1
roll
3.
3, and white can roll 2 1s.
Yeah, so I'm doubling as black. Leave it to him to figure if he can take or not.
Yeah, which is entirely the correct approach. Put the pressure on your opponent, not on yourself.
See if you can find another double 6.
Yeah. Well, computer friend tells us this is a big double and a big take. Oh, and he's dropped it. Now there's also the psychological issue of which of the 2 players thinks they're the better player, and probably the answer is both of them.
No, so you're quite right. So the XG is producing a verdict with one computer against another computer who are equal ability.
Yeah.
Whereas in the real world, we play people who make mistakes.
So Sticks rules, if you've got a copy of those handy, will tell you this is the only roll that you hit 2 checkers with on the second roll.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, well, we've interesting. I think I would make the 4 point and the 11 point rather than.
Yes, I think I would as well. I don't think you've got enough material to follow through on the blitz.
So with 5.
5-4.
I would come down with the 4 because I want the 2 rear checkers connected. Now, it may be wrong, but.
No, I like it as well. I mean, you've got to develop the midpoint sometime.
Now it's hit and split.
Yes, hit outside and
Then
No
split.
reason not to split.
Okay. Two and 3.
3-2.
2.
And he's still not anchoring.
No. What's 3, 6, 8 is black. Richard's got 11 checkers in the attack zone, so not
Yes,
anchored.
I think the problem is the blot on the 1 point. If the blot
Yes.
on the 1 point was anywhere else, I think we could double.
Mm-hmm. Makes a 5 point or hits. I think I'll make the 5 point.
Yes.
Well,
No, I agree entirely. The blot on the 1 point doesn't feature if we make the 5.
No. Now, Richard has used nearly half his time for half the match. Now, the trouble is you may gain nothing from this play. And in fact, you have gained nothing from this play. 1.
And up to the 20.
Yeah. Yes, whilst you've hit, you use the time that you've created with the hit to advance the rear checker. 3, this is going to be a hit. When in doubt, hit. Black's got the better board.
Yes, no, so good argument.
Yeah. Hit. Now the 5. I'd probably hit again. Yeah.
Yes, I've seen lots of positions recently, and it seems that hitting twice is a very strong play.
2 on the bar, better by far. To quote an old and famous quote. 6-2 on the bar we go.
Yes, point on head. Tim
Yeah,
Cross was very
point
keen on point on head.
Yeah. Now if black hits, well, he's come in with both and hit. Now white
Yeah,
will
that's-
probably make an anchor somewhere, and we'll so he'll make the 20 point, and we've sort of got a neutral holding game, but
Yes.
white's anchor is better than black. 2. This might be a double hit purely as a distraction play.
yeah, that's a good move.
Yeah.
In the absence of anything better.
Yeah. Black really doesn't want to let white have his whole roll next time. You can make the 9 point, but that's not a lot of good. You can't safety the block on the 11 point. So okay.
Yeah, this I don't like because I wrote an article a while back about connectivity, and that's what black's missing. So he's kind of left his back checkers on their own, so they're marooned.
Yeah, I would agree that. As soon as I saw that play, I thought, well, those checkers on the 2 point have got no friends.
Yes, we talked about this in the first match today. The idea that the 23 point or the 2 point is actually a bad point to get stuck on.
Yeah.
That it activates white's 8 point as a blocking point.
So now white's going to make the golden point.
Yep.
Oh, no, not sorry, I didn't see the other 2. I beg your pardon.
So now black is
Now he needs to,
getting into trouble.
yes, and you need to think about this. Black's got on his own side of the board many strip points. Yeah. Basically, white has just missed a glorious opportunity to double.
Yes, I'm not saying his play was wrong. I was just looking at
Now he's playing.
5 point last
Now
time.
he's playing for the gammon. Why is he taking the builder away? I don't understand that.
So he's making the blocking point in front of the 2 point, so
I
he
suppose
can
that
double
yeah.
him out always is his plan.
3 is hit. Think about the 1. This is okay. Obviously, white is going to play on for the gammon. make it with a 3, I think, and then come out from the back with a 6.
Yes, I like that play. That you
But one of the things computers taught us is how often, when trying to get the last checkers out, something goes dramatically wrong.
yes, as you say, that the computer liked to get the back checkers moving a roll or two before the humans.
So I think David's made exactly the right move here. This could, well, yeah.
You just make the 16 like this. That
Yeah,
it's
I might-
easier to get off the 16.
I might have come up with the other two.
Yes, yeah, I'm with you.
Things like 5 don't begin to annoy us.
This is weird. I'd always move the back checker here as my starting point.
Yeah, I agree. And again, these are techniques that you learn over time in backgammon. You learn by study.
You kind of do a check afterwards and say, sort of, is the double 2 going to kill me? And you got the worst of both worlds in that position. But you left black as the double 2 to enter and double hit.
So now white wants to clear his 15 point. So we can do that. Yeah. Now, 2-1 and 2-3 hit, but neither of them do black a great deal of good. 4. 4. What you don't want is to make the bar point, because that's always the most.
Yeah, so the match you missed out on, I talked about the Cinderella point, is something that they talk about now. That it's good to have the point that's 7 away from the anchor.
Yes, and now
he's made the bar point,
made the bar.
setting himself up for leaving shots.
Yeah. And that should have just been 11-4. And now he's going to clear the bar point.
That would be the best play.
Yes, very clearly the best play. Yeah, he's found it. Nice play.
So how far away is he? 9 from that point.
Yeah. Not quite Cinderella, but a useful variation there.
Yes.
So he's going to leave. No, he isn't even going to leave a 9 shot. How unkind can you be? So
now these ones, this sort of position, I sometimes get confused in, and I think you've got to spend some time to figure out: are you actually going to save any gammons by running?
Yeah, you just keep going.
You
assume you're going to lose a gammon unless you hit a shot.
I have a weakness that I tend to make the play that's optimal for gammon saving, but if your gammon saving chance is 0, it doesn't matter how high you make it.
This is the last one here is quite interesting because you can play 5-4 to smooth out. I don't like points in that points that are
no, yeah. So Mitchy mentioned that he described it as how green is my valley or something like that.
So at the cost of 5-5 and 6.
Yeah, so 3s are ugly, aren't they?
So we'll see if that stripped 4 point comes
so
back.
Richard's been playing well. He's been just focusing on making his 6 prime, so he wins when he hits.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be fun. There's going to be a little hole coming now. Black needs a 2, so he gets a double shot. Didn't make it, so you just cross the check. Don't roll 3s. 4. Getting a bit hairy.
Yes, so now it's potential double shots.
Yeah, 2 is great. No, put it on the 4
No,
point.
he's rightly concerned about the backgammon, but I think he's over concerned.
Yeah. If you get a shot, you want to hit it. So let's see how the game pans out. I think that was an error. It was a huge error because now
no, it's dupes and 1s the other way.
Well, actually, it's 1s anyway.
Yep.
So he hasn't cost himself anything, and he's missed.
Right. So now
Got to go with 1.
I think you've got to go with 2. 2 or more, I would suggest.
6, 5. That was very unfortunate because he played that very well. What if you don't? If you leave one there, what leaves a shot? 3-2.
So potential fours. What have you got? You've got to roll more than 4 pips next time.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, you know, if he takes 2 or 4 off,
Mm.
what's bad? So it's 3-1, double 1, 2-1.
There is a risk here. It's not a huge risk.
He might well be right.
Now he won't want to roll 3-1, 3-2, 2-1, or 2-1. Why do I always manage to call these things? Oh, that's a mere gammon.
Yep.
And again, I don't know what the rules of competition is, but I haven't seen anybody take a break yet.
Now, on this match, they've been alternating the lead, haven't they?
Yeah. And your notice David has used
So why did
over
David only
5
get 2
minutes.
points? Did he not double that game? No, so he went on for an undoubled gammon, didn't
Oh,
he?
it was undoubled. Sorry.
No, I thought he'd got 4 points.
Yeah. No. Humble apology.
No, it got very good very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
So 5-2, he didn't split, so that's a mistake. So when your opponent starts with 3-1, they've got a good priming game, so you need to split with almost anything you can.
Yeah. And now here it's more of a choice here because he's got the 5 point and
Yeah, but this is black, so he's played
Yeah.
the 5, 13, 8. So
and
there's
there won't
10
be-
in the zone, so you don't
Yeah.
want to split, make
It's
it double
close. I
price
think it's
brilliant
close.
instead of
I would
using
have played 13-11. I would agree.
it. Yeah,
with
so
you.
13-11, I'm very confident is the right play.
2-1. Now he's going to split. Yeah. He's thinking. Can't be thinking of cubing, sure. 3-2. I think you just take the anchor and drop
Yes.
one down.
Now it's worth mentioning that 13-10 is a good play and 8-5 is a bad play.
Yes.
Look, just in time he made that anchor.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So the 3 point is known as the butterfly anchor, normally because it doesn't live very long. So named by Michihito Kageyama. Gonna just make the 4 point, I think.
Yes, no, he's right to think about it because he's got this option of making the 9 instead.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think this is right. I think you're not trying
Yeah.
to prime him just yet in this game.
5-2 is a very nice roll. White has no other weaknesses other than his block on the bar and his inability to come in 5-3. No cube yet. That's more awkward.
So we can make the bar or we can play 2 to the 5 point.
Yeah, I don't leave up the midpoint here. So
Yeah, I like your play. Just
oh, what's this?
don't give up the anchor
You
either.
normally don't give up the anchor quite so early.
He might be right.
Well, I have this little sort of thing that goes in my brain that says if I'm thinking of giving up the anchor, I'll give it up the roll after next.
Right, I like that idea.
Yes. 3-6. This has worked very well, however.
Yes, so now you can get the second one out.
Yeah.
No, I'm always worried with these people when they stop to think about an obvious play.
Yes. I mean,
Like
what else?
you've rolled a fantastic number. Why are
What
you
else?
looking for something fantastic?
Well, he's found something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he would have been very close to a double had he made the his 16
This
point.
is close to a double as well, I would suggest.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, White's made the ace point. And again, a bit of pressure is, you don't want to have the fat lady sing, come on stage, collect the bouquet, and then double. Now this has to be a double.
Yeah,
Whatever.
so it's rather like the last game. I think that
Mm.
Black's
Right.
waited too long and missed
Come
his
on, Richard.
target.
This is a massive double, and it's going to be dropped. Yeah. So he missed his market again. If you play at the speed of light, you tend to miss things. So
Yeah, no, I'm with you on the coming off anchor. That looked crazy to me.
Yeah.
And then when he rolled that 3-6 that hit and could save both his blots and chose not to do it.
seriously weird. Right, 4-1.
Hits and split. Makes
Hmm.
sense.
Except that Sticks rules say you should come down with the 4.
Right, because the
Close.
8 is stripped. Yeah. And
Something.
you're giving your opponent lots of good 6s, aren't you?
Oh, is David Trigger happy at this point? No. It's a nice roll, and you'll play 14-9 with a 5. Now Black needs an anchor. It certainly doesn't need to roll a 6, of which we have just sent down 3, 4, 9 in the zone.
9 in the zone, but no point yet.
I think it's probably pretty close to a double, even so. Yeah.
Yeah, so if he doesn't hit us this time, we can.
Oh.
double.
He's hit. Right, so doubles off for the moment, but I'm
Yeah.
not rolling a numeric double this time. 3-1. Just make the point, I think. And
Yes, make the anchor 21.
and again, it's not leading, he's trailing. But 2-6 is an ugly roll.
Yes, right. So we make that. Do we come out
Well,
or come down? I'm coming out.
I think coming out.
It's too much of a target.
From White
Back where it,
does not just have a board, and it acts as what I call a distraction play. So
Yes.
if White hits, he's not making a point. Yeah. This way, it would be double
you
hit.
give him good 6s as well.
This could be fun. And you've got, yeah. So now you've got 4 checkers behind a 4-point prime. Could have made
I've got
4
this sense
points.
of dread when there's an embryonic back game appears. I feel that someone's going to lose 4 points very quickly in this formation. They've set themselves up to lose 4
Hit
points.
with a 2 because you don't know what your game plan is. So you can both go forwards or backwards from here. That's a nice roll. And Black doesn't really have the timing. That's ugly as well. Black doesn't really have the timing for a back game, so you can play 6-4, 8-2. You can be super bold and play 13-5.
Yes,
Okay.
this I think is the right play. This was
Yeah.
what I was liking, but
Just play
get
the
out of the back
4-point rolling game. Yeah.
computer likes a lot.
So now you hit the checker at the back and keep going. Yeah.
And now you can make the 20 point.
Yeah, now you make
Good
20
point.
point.
So this forward back game is kind of like you can break either of the anchors depending on circumstances. So I would hit here. I would send another one back behind the prime. What you do with the 6, I don't care about.
Doesn't do anybody much good.
Makes the 10.
Yes, briefly, it proved to have some impact. I don't mind this. I mean,
No, nothing wrong with it.
oops, bit speedy. Right. Probably right. And now, wow, this will be fun.
Right, so I want to keep one anchor if I can't cover the 5 point.
Yeah.
So maybe you just play the back, sorry, 20-8 twice.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I can't see anything better.
Well worth looking at the imaginative plays, I'd suggest,
Mm.
before you reject them. 20-8 twice. So maybe you just play the back, sorry, 20-8 twice. So maybe you just play the back, sorry, 20-8 twice. 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 20-8 twi Now, it'd be a lot better roll if you hadn't slotted the 5 point last time. You'd have just made the 10.
Mhm.
So this isn't a bad play. Yeah, so it hasn't hit, but it doesn't
Yeah.
look sort of being hit.
Yeah, no, this is not a bad play. Make a point.
Yes, so I would make the 4 points since
Yeah.
I haven't signed up to this club that says you have to leave a shot every time.
Yeah, I agree. So, after all the excitement, we've descended into a mutual holding game, and we're waiting for the first big double as usual. This looks great. Yeah, lovely roll.
Perfect, yes.
So,
So I would kill someone here.
yeah, two off the one checker has died and will take no further part in the war. Yeah, you can make 3 point. You can do a sort of double falcony type thing and come out with both.
So I would just give up the 9 here. I think the timing's in our favour.
Yeah, I would agree. 6 certainly. Think about the 5. Could be right to make it. And again, you know, Justin Noel won't like this, but now that white hasn't hit, this has become a good play. It's going to be forced to cede the 2 point. Yeah. Now black has got a spare to play with. So that's lovely. Just plays 9 to 3. Unless he comes up with a magnificent duplication play. 6-3 is horrible.
Some sort of shots.
Yeah.
If you don't hit, are you okay? So what's the match play?
Oh,
The 7.
well, we'll never know.
No.
Yeah. So, but double 2.
So we can double now for sure.
Yeah, sure.
Are we
Because
too?
even if you don't come in, the block's still there next time.
Yeah.
And you win a lot of gammons. White's got 2 dead checkers on his ace point. So, yeah, well, good cue. I think 9 David will drop this.
Yeah, it's good pass, I think. It's so difficult to get out of this mess with.
Yeah.
When
You know, you sit there and white and he's positively, oh, I'll get hit, but then I can make a 2 point, but actually he's out of time already.
You're 2 checkers down, as you rightly said, that
yeah.
Put too many on the 1 point that aren't coming back to life. So it's a hard enough game when you play with 15 against 15, but if the opponent outnumbers you by another 2 checkers, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Right, so 5 away, 7 away, so 2-0 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
4 point bar, 2-1, 1-2. Makes the 5 point, yes. We like the 5 point. So it's unstacking the 6 is what makes this so positive. That's 6-3. Does that make the 5 point? 5 point or hit?
Well, this has turned out well. It's got to come out with a 6. Obviously.
Yes. 3 checkers on the 24 pointer death, Kit Woolsey said. And he's still alive, so he probably doesn't keep 3 checkers there for too long. Yes, that was one very positive thing for us old people, that Kit Woolsey won this Las Vegas tournament last year, or 2023, when he was about 80 years old, they said. Well, that's perfect.
Yeah. Settle back, the cube's going nowhere for a while. That's an awkward roll. Not going to make.
We can make the 5 point, but I don't think it's right here.
No, I would just do this. Black's got a reasonable board. Ah.
And I can make the 3 and hit. That looks like a good play.
Yeah. I mean, black is behind in the race, so he should be hitting.
Yes, he's got some sort of defense secured when things go wrong.
Yeah. Hmm. Playing it as a priming game rather than an attacking game. And he would have stayed out. So,
Yes, I mean, these positions where your opponent's got one man back, it's kind of like when he brings the last man forwards, he's kind of signaling, I'm going to escape and go into a race. So you've got to hit him when he comes up.
yeah. As Mishi says, the last checker has to pay a price to depart the field.
Ah, right. That's a nice expression. I've never heard that before.
What was that? That was 1-5, was it? Yes, that's probably right. Now, has Black got anything? Well, we'll never know.
So 5 covers.
5 is clear. Covers.
Yes, you can do blitzing, but I think that's the wrong plan.
Yeah.
I'm 100% convinced. But it is quite good if we cover it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 9-6-9-4 gets my vote. Yes, because he wants a 2 to come up and the 2 to hit. It's good.
He's gone for it. Interestingly.
Yeah, so there's the blot at the top, is the tempting bit.
1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like a plan.
Yes.
Good number. It just come up, I think. You don't want to disturb any of the other points.
I don't know.
I know it gives him.
Give up the 9. I don't want to come to the 5. Perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe we want the checker on the 4 point out
Give
to play.
yourself 6 for the out. Mind you, coming up with the 1 freezes the checkers on the 9 points.
So since he made this 1 point with the 3-5, I think Black's got a lot of problems that he shouldn't have, was my feeling.
Yeah.
That you've kind of compromised your priming game completely for the rest of the time. I think one of the greatest ideas in backgammon was Bill Roberti's idea of saying that you keep all your options open. Non-commitment was what he called it. So I always say that the male players are very keen on the non-commitment.
I just wondered if White had anything going there. Probably not. But this 5-5 is very powerful.
Yes, so I wasn't sure about making the 5th point, but Kent Goulding used to say making the 5th point was super powerful.
Yeah, there's a couple of positions. The last position in Dirk Schumann's magnificent book, To Hit or Not to Hit, is along that theme. And making the point is clearly correct. So obviously, Black is now playing for a gammon.
Yes, so we can do some shifting plays, but
yeah,
I don't think we need to. Oh, he wants to walk into double 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, this gives him.
You could just make the 14 point, and then you've got quite a few in range.
Now you just play 13, 11,
yes,
and
play
take it off
two
doubles.
checkers, some pips.
Now we want builders for the 3 points. So how best to achieve that? 14.
So he's gone for 4s and 5s.
Yeah,
so
I thought he could have got a lot more indirects as well.
Yes, so I always like the idea of getting a 6, because when the hitting starts, you can't use 6s to enter.
So the 4 comes down.
The 5 is a bad
and the
play.
2 comes down.
Okay, so 8 to 6 with the 2 sounds like a good play.
Yeah, I think 13, 11 is also all right. 3. So now 4, 5, and 6 hit. And a few 8s if they have no. All right, 6 4s seems to be a very good roll. Right.
Yes. So what are the gammons like? Very good.
High.
Yes, so two checkers closed out is usually 40%, and there was
be about 80%, I think.
Yeah, there was a girl, Hannah Thorson, who told me that She thanked me for what I taught her about backgammon. She said the one thing I've worked out is that you can add 2% gammons for every pip in the outfield. So the idea is you've got 4 sevens is 28.
Yeah.
So that's 56% extra gammons. So you add that to the 40, you've got 96% gammons. So you feel like you've done enough.
Right.
So yes, the idea is you play safe and the gammon will come naturally without you having to take any risks.
It's a very small technical inaccuracy, but I think it'll be fine. 5, 46, 2, yep. 1, 2, 3.
And 5 to
Play
3.
safe here. I don't see.
Yes, no, I mean the alternative is to clear the 6 point, but I don't think
that's
do
quite right.
I think that's a bit too safe.
Not a lot of excitement here.
Right, so that's pretty much it. Okay, so
Yeah.
10 6.
10 8. 10 6, sorry.
There's 3 away, 7 away. So 4-0 to 7. We've played many matches like that.
Yeah.
So the 3 away player has to be very shy with doubling.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
So getting 1 at 1 point is not too bad for him to get to 2 away, and getting 2 to get to Crawford is also good.
Well, they've taken a break. Excellent. We can have a break as well then.
Yes.
So 10 6 up, you're about 70.
70.
4,
70. 75. Yes, okay.
Yeah. So
On
break,
break.
back soon.
Right.
All they need to do is slow down when they do come back.
So, I mean, Richard's got 6 minutes left, so he's not
So
doing too badly on it, is he?
David's got most of the rest of his life left. So.
Yes. Well, he's a bit older than Richard, so I think that's probably what's encouraging him to play quickly.
Yeah.
Right, so first match we looked at today, you
Mhm.
remember that doubling position where Peter doubled in the embryonic blitz?
Yeah.
So I fed that into the computer and it says 1080 is approximately what it says the rollout comes to.
Right.
So it's enough to double and enough to pass, but
Nice.
not terrifyingly so.
That sounds reasonable, I think. Yeah.
So yes, I misjudged it. I thought, having made the 1 point, that you'd lost all priming opportunities and that there wasn't enough to just rely on the blitz. But you'd gone far enough forward, the 22 pips. It's kind of like you cover the blot and then you bring another checker in the zone next time, and now you've got 10 in the zone when he comes in.
Mm-hmm.
So what were you saying about these stick rules? Where do they come from?
So Stick Rice has a
Yes,
set
I
of
know
9
Stick.
rules.
I used to look at his site for a long time.
Right, so he has a set of 9 rules that you can apply for your first reply to the opening roll. So as you don't have them, I shall pop them in the post to you now.
Yes, that sounds excellent.
Yeah.
Now I remember I had one time in Vegas, you know, at the end of the tournament, there was a few of us sitting round a table talking about things, and Stick was basically explaining to us about the opening, because this was before the XG rollouts had come out.
Yeah.
So I think there was John O'Hagan is usually with me, and the guy who wrote Backgammon Boot Camp, Walter Trice. He was
Walter
there.
Trice, yes. It's
So-
a good advert for not cycling 100 miles when you're over 60 on a charity run.
Right. So Stick at the time, he was saying if your opponent opens with 6-1 and makes the bar, and he was saying that 4-3 you bring both checkers up.
Yeah.
That was what he believed at the time. And I asked him, if your opponent starts with 6-5 and runs and you roll 2-2, can you get away with making the 4, splitting and starting the 11?
Right.
And he said he didn't like that play. He liked just making the 4 when the 11 was clear.
And I would agree with that.
Right. Well, they seem to have resumed sitting.
In your inbox, you have your Sticks rules, so you can enjoy
that'd
with
be
your
brilliant.
dinner this evening.
So yes, I do know a Stick rule which isn't about the opening, and he posted it there when he said it's never a double at 3 away, many away. So that's the short version of the rule. So this is a score that's 3 away, many away.
Right.
So the detail that's missing from this is when there's any gammons. So you can see black's 3 away. So at the moment, an undoubled gammon takes him to Crawford. So it's a high value. But once he's doubled, he's got 1 point of overage. So the gammon price goes back down to normal. And the problem is your opponent will turn the cube to 4 with the slightest excuse.
Yeah. And this is a great start for someone who's leading 10-3.
Yes. So it's like the first thing you want to do is remove gammons from the game.
So you can run away here and have a pretty equal race. I think 24-18, 13-8 is probably a bit of an overplay.
Yes, no, I like your idea. I mean, this 6-5 playing to the midpoint is not original, I would say.
No. Yeah, you've got to leave a block somewhere. So do you play 13-8, 11-10, or 6-5, 11-10?
I'm tempted to slot that.
I would slot.
There seems to be a thing with backgammon players that you're allowed to slot on roll 1, but no one can ever slot on roll 2.
Well, you got hit either way. For this variation.
But you've lost the 11 point now.
Yeah. 4 and probably just 11-5. Yeah. Now, if Dave can get, that's not perfect, but it'll do. 6-4, run away.
Yes, come out, but whether we go any further or not, I'm just wondering if it causes any problems if we stay there. How bad is the race? That's what I'm asking, I guess.
1. So now Dave is crawling up on a cube depending on the race. So we need to take a quick look at the race.
I think got 5 on the midpoint. I think that's what we mentioned last time. That you don't have the market losers when you can't clear the midpoint next turn.
Now you can.
Yeah.
Might have slotted the 3 there, but this is okay. Slot, make and slot.
Yes, so now we just need to count.
Right, so 121 minus 7 is 114.
Yeah, so it's not a big lead.
No, it's not. Big 2 is nice. I've just come down again.
So we're 7 away. So we're quite keen on getting 1 point. We'd rather be an even number of points away. The 6-5. I think you give up the midpoint.
I would agree.
You don't want to sort of be stuck there and roll X1 next time. Best you're going to get is the 9 shot. So
you've got time yet. You don't need to go, and black has no weakness.
Yes, so let's just play 8-1.
But, well,
Right, so 4 shots.
Well,
so we can
okay, now he's got away with it, and now he needs to just quickly.
Yeah, so now I think you should be doubling. It depends on the race, but the race looks pretty good, doesn't it?
White's 102.
111.
100. Okay. 9 pips.
Yeah, so waiting then. I'd like to save
Yeah.
the plot before I
I
double.
think I would clear safety of the block because there'll be a lot of opportunities to get a more accurate double next time.
Yes. No, it's
You're going to lose your market with doubles 6, double 5, but
yes, that was the point I was making earlier, that you don't mind too much losing your market when you get to 6 away when he drops.
yeah.
So
I
we
think
rolled
that's boxed.
small and he rolled something that overtook us.
Yes. Right. So now the boot is slowly moving onto the other foot.
Yes, so we're not doubling when we're behind in the race. So black is correct, of course, to escape now while he's ahead.
Danny? I wonder if black has a running count. I mean, obviously it's very close, so he may not have bothered as yet. White's running.
So this sort of position where, you know, it's a race and there's 0 gammons, that's black certainly can double in this position. In fact, his doubling is quite powerful.
So I put the 3 onto the 4 point.
Yep. So for some reason, David hasn't rolled any numbers that got anything to the 4 point.
No, and he
I
couldn't.
don't think he's been avoiding it.
So that goes there and that goes there.
Right, 45, 56, 64.
70, 72, yeah.
For black, yes?
Yeah, 72 for black.
Okay, so 5-3 is off, so that's 64.
70, it was 71 for white. That one's about to change.
So, yeah, it's very close.
Yeah. Yeah, 25 to 4. I think black only has 4 checkers on his 6 point. Yeah. Might be 5.
Yeah,
but
not certain.
not clear. We're about to find out. No, we're not.
Yeah, so I think if he's bearing you off like this, that's the only ones he's got. So I think he must have a double now, or certainly he should stop and have a look at it.
Yeah.
There's 6-1. Yeah, don't care. 6 to 5 or 2 to 1. Right, so 30, 41, 47, 49, place 49 and 2.
Yeah.
So 2 pips, but a lot of distribution.
Yes.
So I still think you should double this. The thing is, it's getting short now, the race, if it's under 50. You know, there's less rolls for white to catch up on. The 4s are bad for a long time, aren't they?
They are. Yes. 3-2 sort of all right. Let's take those 2 checkers off. Is that? That's a horrible
1, yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the end, I think, isn't it?
Well, provided there are only 3 black checkers on the ace point.
Yes.
4, 6. Yes, there are, because you can count the checkers in the tray. Yeah. And again, you shouldn't be afraid to double here when you become a significant player at 5.
Yes, because I mean the point is, even if he takes and redoubles you and wins, he's only tied the score.
Yeah. And you get to Crawford if you win. Cube on 2. That will probably slow things up.
Yep. 25, 31, 34.
5, 4, 5, and 62. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. There's 7 checkers each. 6, 5 is a very good roll.
Yes, I think he was 2 pips behind before that. So that's a big swing, isn't it?
It's still going to be a
big
checker
pips.
roll, I think.
Yeah, so I'm sure it's passed now. So it's You know, rolls are
Mm,
they're very close, round about 7. So 11 to 6. When you gain 5 pips, it's a potentially a very big market loss.
yeah.
So
So
finally, he's got there.
David didn't take long to drop, did he?
No. He was probably worried about wasting another 2 seconds on his clock.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 away, 7 away. So I was arguing last time, when your opponent's 2 away, you don't need much excuse to double at all.
No.
So they both played perfectly so far.
And I suspect this will be played well as well.
Yes.
Hit split. No. I think when you're, I like the hit there. Always have done. Anyway, 6-5. Interesting.
You have to point here.
Yeah.
Point on head that there's just nothing else useful to do.
Yeah, white is threatening. So
Yes, good point. It's if you let him play, he can do some damage.
3. Now, do you hit or do you make the point? Because you're lead. Oh, sorry, it's trailing. So you're going to hit. Right. 5-3. Lovely roll.
Yes. So that slows down white's cube action for a long time.
It's probably going to make the dart. Yeah. So if you roll a 5, you're probably going to hit here because you've got the better board. Yeah, you're definitely going to hit the 6-5 because there's nothing better.
Yeah, so hitting on.
Hitting on for me because then you can re-establish the point.
Yes, and it's also another useful builder for making something in your board.
Indeed. Yeah.
So normally I'm averse to hitting and breaking the anchor, but I think this is such a good set of circumstances it's worth doing.
Yeah. And if you play 20 to 14 here, then little Jimmy back on the ace pointers, you're going to feel very bad.
He's orphaned. Right, so we've gained in the race. We've stopped him doing any damage.
In the race until that's 3-6. Yeah. Now he wants to remake the golden point. Yeah. I think I'm remaking it.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. And then 6-4.
Yeah.
You could come up with the last one, but I don't think you need.
But again, David's got into exactly the sort of game he doesn't want to be in.
Yep.
Which is a mutual holding game. So the 3 is 16 to 13, and then you're either playing 6-4 starting the point, which probably is better because it duplicates 2. But
No, I liked going on with the other one. So I was playing 16-11, so you break the anchor when you hit.
This is interesting.
6-5 is useless, isn't it?
Yeah. Start the 3 point, nothing else.
So as you said, it's definitely the sort of game that white doesn't want. So
yeah.
White can't double this for quite a while.
Yes. Now, can white take some liberties because of black's board? So he can make the 10 point at the risk of the double shot, which duplicates black's 3s and 4s. Otherwise, if you're playing safe, you're playing what's it got? 6.
Yeah, he seems to think it's worth it.
Yeah, I do now. It's the sort of play that's quite often people don't do. They chicken out of it. I'm not sure whether it was right. It's the sort of position I'd like to look at.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you say, I mean, the alternative I thought was 15-6, where you don't come up with the one that you want to play 6-5 to make your board.
Well, this now plays easily. This is okay. Swap the 5. White's count is 139 minus 8, which is 131. 3. Oops. So, if black is behind a lot, it should come up. And if it's not, well, the problem with not coming up is You can come out, in fact. So let's have a look.
Yes, I think you have to get that guy moving because he's made a commitment with him. So I liked it when he was all the way back.
Yeah.
But he's not really controlling too much when he's back on the 3-point.
Right. So now white can come down with 5-3 if he's
Yeah, so now we can maybe
probably
look at
doesn't
it.
gain a lot from keeping the midpoint.
30, 83, 113.
40, 50.
Yeah, so I don't think white's even ahead. My reckoning.
14. What do you make? Which one was 113?
Black.
Right.
Sorry, no, it was white to start with. I counted.
I think it's about 120 something for that. 40, 56,
Okay, 77,
59, 101,
83, 113 for white for sure.
and 122 for black.
Ah, right. So
So now you don't.
still not even a racing double.
Oh, but here it comes. This is a really easy take.
Yes.
Definitely.
So he's got the advantage. I'm sure white's winning more than 50%, but the take is so easy here. I mean, black's plan is very simple. He just moves his outfield checkers home and before he breaks the anchor, so he hardly ever gets governed.
I think it's only a 1 pip race. It's 113 and 114, but I may have miscounted. I think 51. 113,
Yeah, exactly the same as you.
Yeah.
So white's got a
good
one
take.
take.
Well done. This could be the last game we watch.
So what's he old? 7, right?
5-2-7.
He's 8 ahead.
Yeah.
4. 7 is 11.
I think you just play. Yes, that one. Okay.
There's
4-2.
5.
I like this because you're preparing to race. You don't really need to make the 2 points. So, what's that? Double 1.
Yep.
1, 2.
5 and 4 is 9.
Mhm.
This 8 is 1.
1 pip race. 2-1. What's that?
4 pip. Yeah, monstrous lead.
Keep a 6.
0. Yep.
4. So you can play 2 off the 6 point, or you can clear the 8 point. Or you can even clear the
Yeah, so
7 point.
I think the play is taking the checkers off the 6 and
I
tempting
think so.
black to run.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So there's numbers that don't jump.
Yeah.
And
Well, now you keep a perfect board.
white doesn't pay for any gammons he loses.
Make the 8 point, 4-1.
Yes, perfect.
Right. 6s and 5s are good. Maybe 5-2. I think you go, particularly
Yes.
because there aren't that many pick and passes.
And you can't have a better board than you've got now.
And that is not good. You come off the bar, I think. Now you want to maximize contact because black is going.
Yeah, so the question is, do you hit? I think it's.
I did wonder about that. You could play 6 to 5 to 2. You can play 8 to 5 to 4. 8 to 5 to 4 leaves 13 shots. 6 to 5 to 2.
It's 13.
13, yeah. So David's been punished for his premature cube. Maybe he just didn't do the race properly.
Yeah, so I think you have to hit. I mean, if you hit, your favourite is clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
However many shots you're leaving, there's more misses than hits.
Yeah. He's finally using some time. Interesting. You get 2 crossovers if you play 7-6, 7-4, which leaves 4, 1, 2, 3. Black has 5. It's basically even money if you don't hit, isn't it?
Yeah, so my argument as well is that you don't pay for the gammons you lose here.
Yeah. I suspect you should hit 8, 5 to 4, because then even if you get hit on the 2 point, there'll be some crunching numbers later.
Yes, yeah, that's a good argument.
Yeah.
And it's easier to cover next time as well, or hide.
The question is, or the problem is, when you're faced with this sort of problem over the board in a major tournament, and he's gone for it, which is good, well played. Now, what happens next? 2 under 3. Well, that's probably the end of the match.
Yes, so that's near best number, isn't it?
And you might as well hit the second one.
Yeah, you don't want to hit it, but you want to escape, don't you?
You do. Now, what he's got to think about is distributing the checkers in the inner board. So you keep the spare on the 6 point, because now double 1, 2, 3, 4, that plays, double 6 plays.
So the other thing is to think of getting off the 6 point.
Yeah.
We might want to do that now.
Indeed.
So 12 to 10 and 6 to 4.
You certainly don't want the 3rd check on the 6 point. Yeah, this is a good, this is a nice distribution. And just as well.
Yes, worth thinking about.
Yeah.
So now we just like white to come in.
White's winning chances are
Remote.
low and getting lower. It needs 6-1 or 5-1 from black. No.
Yeah, so it's between 0 and nothing.
6-2, and that's the end of the match, guys. Oh, sorry, I thought
There's a 4-2.
I thought he'd come in. I beg your pardon.
He's belonged to.
Oh, he's struggling on. Let's have an ace for fun. No. Okay. Oh, staying out. Double from black. Some excitement for the crowds. Yeah. All right. 4 numbers keep him in the game, and that's the end. Thank you, everybody, for listening this afternoon. I'm sure Julia will tell us.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you very much, Chris and Julian, for being with us.
No, it's been a pleasure
today.
It's been good backgammon to watch anyway.
So we will be back tomorrow. We'll have Jeff Hall, Tim Cross and Merrin Rose joining us in the commentary box. We'll have 2 matches from the Masters, 1 from the Intermediates, and that will definitely include the Masters final. All the results are piling into the Tour Winners Invitational website.
Yeah, so what time's the kickoff tomorrow expected?
10:30.
Right.
So we start a bit earlier, so we can actually get away on time. Yep, 10:30 for round 1, and then sort of 2.5 hour gaps for the subsequent.
No, it sounds good.
Well, good luck to everybody for tomorrow. Have a nice dinner this evening.
Thank you for arranging it, Julian. I think it's been a good session. That we've seen some good matches, and it's been worthwhile.
Yes, they've all been good ones, and I get to play a bit today as well. So I'm not playing anything in the TWI, but the WWB, that's Karen Davis's women's organisation. They've got an invitational, and I'm playing online tonight, 8 o'clock. Euros against Eva Zizkova. So
yes, so that's BT's mother.
Yes, that's correct. It should be a good match.
Right.
Good luck.
Okay.
Right.
I'll probably be watching you tomorrow, if not commentating on it.
Great. Thank you very much. And enjoy your evenings. And to all the audience out there, thank you for joining us. We'll see you 10:30 tomorrow for another 3 rounds of the TWI.
Okay. Right. Good night, one and all.
Good night, everyone.
Yep. Thanks very much. Bye.